Hello and welcome to the stream. I'm going to quickly do the social media things before we start. You can watch how Gaha lovingly looks at me as I stand around here. Hey Mian, Shadowbringers is lit. Welcome in. I was just doing the social media things, but I think I'm done with the social media things, so I think we can go. Let me just... Boop. Boop. So yeah, let's start. I, as always, am Fae'ret, and this is Lorelei Tracht this time. And I changed my hair since last time. And finally, I remembered that I wanted to use my new weapon. It is so cool. Esther gave it to me. And it looks really cool. Yeah, come on. Yeah. It does look really cool. There's some really cool effects. Like there's some... Oh, okay, sure. Oh, oops. Oh, hello. But yeah, this lens has some really cool effects. It does have the fire and the bluish effect, and then there's some little fadey things. It's a really cool weapon. It was a very nice gift from Asta. So yeah, that's really cool. Anyway, let's get on with it. We are starting 5.4, I believe, today. And I want to see if I can finish entire Shadowbringers today. Kyle's eyes light up at the sight of you. Oh, greetings, Lorelei. Come to look in on our friends. Rest assured, everyone is quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on them, and I've satisfied myself that they are in fine health. As a matter of fact, they're just about to convene in Dawn's Respite to discuss how best to use their pent-up energy. Let's join them, shall we? Let us do such a thing. Oh, I don't even have to move there. How nice. Is it voiced?
Well, my friends,
Yes.
now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
I enjoy not having to talk.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I've a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, Not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows.
What did you miss? How much do you know? Oh. Did you play through Shadowbringers? Oh, nothing. You're still in Stormblood. Oh, then... oof. A lot has happened. That is going to be very spoilery for you. But if you want, I can explain. Very briefly. Okay.
In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission.
I mean, the spoilery part of that is kind of over now because we finished the out-of-body part. Everyone is back now.
Be assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Who even knows why Urianger speaks like he does?
Assuming that's
No one else
settled,
does.
there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
Oh, hey, Lise.
Welcome back, everyone!
Lise!
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over?
How far are you in Stormblood?
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
No, she still punches things. We haven't seen Lise much in entirety
The
of Shadowbringers.
famous Lise
If at all,
Hext,
actually.
former scion and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
Stormblood was her expansion. She's kind of done now, apparently. Well, she's back now, so maybe she does more now.
I don't believe we've met. Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
Grahatir, at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander.
So, yeah,
It is a
Graha's
pleasure
back.
to finally make your acquaintance.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
Adorable.
Oh, right. I did glance at the report. But I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it. Well, well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition. And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
I'll take that as a yes.
I like Lise.
Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
So, yeah, that's the thing as well.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared. Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
But tell us, Lys, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? All right, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire. So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne.
Who is Nerva?
The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble. The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald. And we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
To Alamigo, then.
To Alamigo.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Ew.
Oh, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the tempered.
Oh yeah, you are doing that thing.
Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you use to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alizé, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I'll do my best. I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
I do not like stuffy meetings. What meeting? Lead on.
I knew you'd say
Yeah.
yes.
This is wonderful. I do like
I'll
these
come
very
too.
much.
If
Oh, sorry. Of course I don't mind.
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
No. That's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
Sure.
We shall be on our way then. Godspeed.
Well, where are we going? Now we're going to talk to Alizé, I guess. First, let's talk to everyone else. When Y'shtola is about, one cannot even afford the slightest slip. Don't worry, I can say with complete confidence that Graha is dressed for anything. That's nice. When I set out to save Halric, I think Gabu was always at the back of my mind. Having proved that the light corrupted are not lost, I am convinced that the same must be true of the tempered. Similar to those corrupted by the Sin Eaters, the ether of Gabu's soul has been rendered stagnant. And though the root cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. It is by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, Alizé, and it warrants full investigation. If there's even a chance we can save Gabu, we have to try. But however much I'd like to raise over the limbs and set to work, there's no room for recklessness, not when a child's life is at stake. As I'm sure Backlug would remind us, we still know little and less about the soul. Any number of things could go wrong if we don't exercise due caution. And so, before attempting anything, we should learn all we possibly can about tempering. There's just one problem. Research into the condition has long since ground to a halt, and the combined work of the many scholars involved. That doesn't exactly amount to a wealth of knowledge. Not of the modern scholars, perhaps, but what of their ancient counterparts? I know the Elegants took more than passing interest on the subject. And if what we seek is to be found anywhere, it will surely be at the Etherochemical Research Facility. Where they experimented on primals and the worshippers, yes? Good thinking. I've never actually been there myself, but I did read the reports on Azizla, which means we'll be needing an airship. Airship, you say? Meet me at the northern bank of Silvertail Lake. I've got a little surprise for you. Oh, and come prepared to travel. I'm always prepared to travel. Except when I get stuck on the table. Here we go. Can I get on here? Yeah, already? No, I guess not. Well, this looks nice. Hey. Yes, fancy. Give you the Bonanza, the Scion's very own airship. I built her as a company project with help from our friends at Rising Stones, and in it for luck and prosperity. Tatao, this is amazing. We'll be able to fly just about anywhere we want. Our garments were impressive enough, but to build an entire airship, I see the annals did not exaggerate the many talents of the Scion's fabled coinkeeper. Hehehe, I also introduced myself as your pilot, except the training didn't go quite as well as I'd hoped. But that's alright, because we've hired this capable fellow here instead. Hello. The Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters, by the way. Feel free to use them to get around Azizla. But enough talk. It's time to fly. All aboard. Bye. I could have just teleported there. I don't know why anyone else can't. Did I ever mention that I was fond of flying? Because I am. Be it on an airship, an Amaro, or a chocobo, there's nothing so exhilarating as feeling the wind on your face as the horizon falls before you. Honestly, Sid would be jealous of the way that airship flies. Tahoe has outdone herself. Anyway, here we are, on Azizla. Elfino's report did not do the scale of this place justice. I guess so? I mean, black chocobos in Ishgard, I think, can fly canonically. I don't know if the yellow chocobos can fly canonically, but I guess maybe so. These little wings, though. So small. But okay. Garcia surveys his surroundings with an expectant glint in his eye. This appears to be Helix, which means we stand in the Alpha Quadrant. To the east lies the Beta Quadrant, and... Yes, I believe I have my bearings. Though this is my first time on Aziz's Law, I do have some familiarity with the place thanks to the records in the Crystal Tower. Unless I am mistaken, this path leads to an Aetheryte, beyond which there will be an information terminal. I suggest we begin our search there. I suppose you are supposed to fly. What's this? Some relic thing. Time for authority on Oligan artifacts to show what he can do. You do not know how to operate the terminal. Unfortunate. Hopefully he does. And here's the terminal. A moment while I search the archives for references to tempering. Sounded like a phone going off. Ah, there we are. Iconic corruption, an overview. That sounds promising. Indeed. Let us see what this report has to say. Confound it. The contents appear to have been deleted. What? No! Is there something you can do? Not from here, I'm afraid. But it may be that another copy of the report exists elsewhere. The question is, where to look? It says here that the report was written by someone named Owen. Is it likely that he kept a copy? I would say it is a distinct possibility. Assuming he was a researcher here, he will have had quarters on the Hemisphere. We can ascertain the details that Hemisphere control. Let us return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves of the mana cutters. We will need them to reach our destination. Or I could just fly my chocobo. Or anything I have as a mount. Oh, okay. I forgot. You already have a suitable means of transport, don't you? No need to waste time accompanying us back to the ship then. We'll see you at the Hemisphere. Thank you, Alice, for saying what I just said. Yeah. This is much cooler than a mana cut. Confound it. Did I meet right in there? Probably. Teleported him. It is a transformer. Now it's a plane, and when you land it's kind of a mech robot thing. You need to go up. I like this thing. This is also a gift from Master. Oh. How did you get here? Damn, these money costs must be fast. Mana cutters appear to be ironworks made, but I dare say Tatara will craft her own soon enough. This is welcome to Hemisphere Control. How may I assist you? If the late Owen did indeed have a chamber here, this node will be able to tell us its number. There, from what I recall of the layout, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of... Warning, an evacuation order is presently in effect. Entry to the Hemisphere is not permitted at this time. Foiled again. In all likelihood, the order would have been imposed during the Fourth Umbral Calamity, and I doubt it will be lifted in the near future. Energy level critical, returning to base for recharging. Well, surely there must be some other way to gain access. Force, for example? Ere we resort to that, I have an idea. Were we to send a surge of energy through yonder control mechanism, it should prompt its system to restart, releasing the locks. As for suitable energy source, a concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall that they are known to form at points of stagnant ether throughout a continent. You seem to recall? Are you honestly telling me that was in the records too? Ha, I am. The report sent to the capital mentioned that lightning aspect of the ether was prone to pooling on the continent, resulting in surges that interfered with equipment. Minor detail, I grant you, but in my role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there was no such thing as too much elegant knowledge. Besides, my studies helped me to feel connected to the source, to home. I must have explored this facility 1,000 times in my mind, but to finally stand here with the two of you, it is more exhilarating than I can well express. Now then, the lightning shard. If I may, I suggest we split up and search the beta quadrant. Oh, but beware of sprites, they are wont to manifest where the ether is stagnant. Now you're just showing off, which makes me think we should make a contest of this. At least I always want to make contests of things. First to return over this shard wins. What do you say? Sure. Very well, it would be my honor to come third. Come on, dude. We'll do fine. Also, you just got a head start. That's not fair. Where am I even going? Look, now it's just a cool robot thing. It's a really neat thing. Here? Oh, there we are. Stagnant lighting. Hello. It also makes really cool sounds when it cheats. Bravo, that was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of the prize slipped my mind. Oh, who are you? Prize. I suppose it is Gaia then. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the lightning shot is yours. Hey, sunshine. Welcome, welcome. What? No automatic entrance? You've changed. Remember that? My defense was caught up in the moment. It isn't every day you meet an honest-to-God's hero, after all. Well, the contest continues, so you had better hurry back. Ah, but one last thing. Thank you, Lorelei, for bringing me here. You're welcome, Graha. Return. Why are you here? I was so fast. You have a shot, then you win. I searched high and low, but couldn't find so much as a trace of second ether. Oh, I guess I did win, then. It appears Elysee had no luck, so victory is yours. Congratulations. Now then, may I have the shard? If the thing will pop up, thank you. Concentrated lightning shard. A lightning shard that fairly... Hello. Oh, hello. There you are. That fairly dances with the concentrated energy it harbors. Handle with care. What is it that makes you so much better at finding things? Years of fetch quests. What do you have that I don't? Oh, and goodbye again. I couldn't dote you back because I was in dialogue. That is a question I too have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect we could both learn a great deal from Lorelei, but not only about the secrets of adventuring. But come, we should attend to our mission. What? Oh, dude. Sending a search through the system. What was that sound? Now I don't have chatter. Excellent, the system responded exactly as intended. You now have access to the Habisphere. Only one obstacle remains, the security systems within. Should they be triggered, they could make life rather difficult for us. In light of which, pray leave the rest to me. If I am right, my royal blood should allow me to venture in unmolested. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes. But if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you'll get out at the first time of trouble. Sign. I promise. Wish me luck. Good luck. Well, nothing for it but to sit tight. And we sure are sitting. I'm sure this Owen fellow was very learned, but iconic corruption and overview sounds like a studium thesis. You all had to write one. Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat applications of ether. I'm nothing if not practical. Alphanos was more philosophical, of course. Political, dare I say it. He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. A controversial subject, to say the least. He asserted that Charlane's knowledge should rightly be used to protect all life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leading member of the Forum, her father was not happy. At the time, of course, Elfinor was utterly convinced of his views and would cheerfully argue to the death with anyone who saw things differently. By which he meant the roads were long. To be fair to him, though, he since learned to be a little more open-minded, but deep down he still holds fast to that one belief, and I admire him for it. I should have liked to meet the young Elfinor. What it's worth, my thesis concerned the elegant civilization as depicted in folklore. Of course it did. Oh, you're back. I didn't know you attended the studio. He has the things on his neck. Oh. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, he's done that on several occasions where he plans things and then it kind of doesn't work. He's gotten better at stuff though. Elfinor has grown too. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers at the Students of Baldessian convinced me to write one with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Though I considered it no more than a means to an end at the time, I will admit it was gratifying to have my effort acknowledged. Good gods, an Archon's thesis! I shudder to imagine the work involved. But enough about that. Is this the fruit of your foray? Yes. Owen's archive node. It was waiting for me in his chamber. If a copy of his report still survives, it would be stored in this device. Shall we find out? Blip. Initializing. Scanning for registered user. User not found. To proceed as guest, please complete biometric authentication. Blip. Verifying. Bloop. Authentication complete. Guest identified as member of the royal family. I am at your most humble service, your highness. It never ceases to amuse me. 'Tis but a pity the effect will not last forever. Doga and Unai said as much when they granted me this gift, but until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully. Search archive for iconic corruption. Blip. Searching. Bloop. One item found. Iconic corruption, an overview. The report is locked by the author. Please state password. Oh, go on then, your highness. Tell the nice note the password. Right, let's see. Glory be to Alag. Long live Emperor Shande. Blip bloop. Password incorrect. Please try again. Confound it! Come now. Passwords are invariably short and simple. For instance, such confidence. Password! The notion that the password could be something so inane would be laughable, were it not so dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct in the presence of His Highness is grossly inappropriate. Know your place, handmaiden. Did that thing just call me? Courage! Bloop, bloop. Password incorrect. Again. Be warned that any further inappropriate behavior in the presence of His Highness will not be tolerated. Alright, that's it. I say we dismantle it and manually extract what we need. Now, let's not be too hasty. A single misstep and we risk losing the report altogether. I believe this may be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax Machina into cooperating, it is them. Come, let us bear the node back to the Rising Stones. And what can we get? Money. Fine, I'll let Sid try his hand first. But if that doesn't work, we're doing it my way. Which involves violence, as it usually does in your case. Blip, threat detected. Your head here seems eager to bear the node away. Yes, it is. I should probably mention that I have yet to meet Sid since waking up. Tempos did send word to the Ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business. Nevertheless, I assure you my proposal to seek his help is no pretext. However much I might look forward to seeing him again. Him and everyone. But come, let us be on our way. Look at him, all but running. How sweet. Still, it wouldn't do to keep him waiting, shall we? Let's go. Where am I going? Out to the Rising Stones. Can do. Go. Doop. Blip. Large low-bound presence detected. I take it you have news to share, so do I. I'm pleased to see your mission was a success, and in no small part due to the bonanza. Cal's back too. I wonder what was decided at the council. Should I talk to everyone else? No. Too much hassle this time. Wonderful news, Lorelei. The tower contacted Sid on our behalf, and he is on his way even as we speak. While we wait, I should very much like to hear what transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Kyle? Would you be so kind to do it voiced? You would not. Dang. As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to recent events in Garlemald. According to intelligence from our Doman allies, the War of Succession rages on, and the Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial legions in the provinces have begun to move independently of the Motherland. Ah, the Motherland! Of greatest concern to us is the... Illard? Oh, the third. Never mind, I'm dumb. The third. The legion aligned with Lord Nerva. It appears they have received substantial financial backing from House Brutus. Brutus, aren't they the ones who took in Yotsuya and Asahi? This bodes well. Xenos' movements, meanwhile, remain shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Tancred and Orianger will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Until such time as they do, the Allied leader feel it would be unwise to interfere with the conflict. And so, thanks in part to the Imperial withdrawal from Gimlet, they have decided to turn their attention to the primal problem once more. Which primal problem? Working with friendly factions among the beast tribes, they hope to reopen dialogue and explore new avenues for peace. Given the timing, I suspect they wish to put their respective houses in order ahead of a decisive clash with the Empire. Whatever their intent, this is not a problem easily solved. Flamensins in particular struggle in their efforts. Alfino and Y'shtola have been called upon to aid them. As long as we are dealing with Tempered, I'm afraid no amount of dialogue will avail us. But if we can develop a treatment for tempering, then anything is possible. Which is why we must succeed. And on that cheery note, why not make yourself comfortable in Dawn's respite? I'll show Sid in as soon as he arrives. No, now I need to actually go there. Fair enough. Oh, I can talk to you first. You've made the respite cozier than ever. You're going to love it. I understand you took a trip to Azizla. Raham made himself useful, I trust. He sure did. Yeah. Fine. I'll see if you have something new to say. I think that's new. Tancred and Urianger are off to Garlemald. I'll keep the information flowing freely between us and the Alliance. After all, close coordination is the key to winning this war. If you're looking for Isildur and Alien, you did say this before, but it might as well finish. They're off to Doma to visit Home. In his entire time with us, I don't think I've seen Isildur so alive as when he set out. Do you have the same things to say? Yep. Okay. As important as Gabu is to me, I know only too well how much more is at stake here. A cure could change the whole world. Sid, at long last. Bloop. Warning, His Highness is exhibiting elevated blood pressure. Of course he is. He's excited. And we wait. Ah. Sid! Forgive us for not coming to see you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we've had our hands full. In our defense, you are up rather early. I was under the impression you'd be slumbering a while longer. Oh, I would have been, had you not fulfilled your promise. Ha! I still struggle with that idea. From where I stand, the secrets of traversing time and space seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. But if an alternative version of myself has already laid them bare, I dare say that frees me up to concentrate on other endeavors. Speaking of which, you wanted my help with something. What is it? Explaining. Well, a treatment for tempering. For the next step, you need to find the password to this elegance report. Just so. With nary a clue to guide us, we could be here forever and still not guess correctly, and thus we turn to you. Well, I'd love to say that we could help you, so I will. Once suitably configured, a Magitech terminal should make short work of identifying the password. I knew I could rely on you. Now anticipating that it might be of use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Rambros. It contains an elegant dictionary. Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to a terminal and set it to work right away. Ah, looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. Ha! Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honors, Your Highness? I would, my lady. Node. Open the report entitled Iconic Corruption, an overview. Password? Freedom. Password accepted. Bloop. Opening report. Oh, hello, Owen. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanism by which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. You have interesting earrings. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to the alteration of the ether of the soul. Said ether ordinarily exists in equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than another. But when a subject is exposed to the ether of an icon, this changes, their soul taking on the properties of the entity in question. By way of an example, exposure to the ether of the fiend Sephiroth causes a subject's ether to become aligned with the element of earth. As a consequence, the subject would attain a heightened affinity with earth-aspected magics, as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. Oh dear. The changes undergone by the subject are not solely attributable to elemental alignment, however. Further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged, or stagnant during the process. The stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, the thoughts of whom come to consume their very existence. In this manner do the corrupted become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanism of iconic corruption, my colleagues and I set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effect, an endeavor in which we were successful, albeit at great cost. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption, and in accordance with protocol, they were summarily put to death. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate potential cures for corruption, but it was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Ammon. Though I knew it would be fruitless, I protested the decision, and for my impertinence I have been stripped of rank and title, and will shortly be expelled from this facility. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I record it in the hope that one day someone will undertake to do that which I could not, and find a cure for the victims of iconic corruption. End recording. Well, that was not as useful as we hoped. So not even the elegants were able to find a cure. Rather, were not given the chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Ammon's decision. Maybe he was corrupted himself? More importantly, this confirms that stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True, yet were we simply to reanimate a tempered soul, I fear it would do naught but to diminish the individual's fanatical faith. Indeed, may well intensify it. No, we would somehow need to suppress the primal's hold over the subject at the same time, or risk them ever remaining its thrall. So there's no point in reviving their souls unless we also can restore their sense of self? But of course, memory transference. The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting the technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation, that is, limit the effects to only those memories that exist prior to tempering. Through thus restoring the sense of self, we could theoretically drown out the incitements of false faith which had come to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see. The theory seems sound, and our experience treating the light-corrupted would help us to identify suitable memories for reanimation. But are you confident you can adapt memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to do so while trying to bring us home culminated in literal bloodletting. They did, you were right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism, and I concede that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis for a cure. Then perhaps it's better that we consider another approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have reason to be confident. You see, notes such as this were built with the abilities to simulate magics. Which leads me to believe that it may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we would be able to conduct years' worth of tests within the space of a few days. In theory, it would be no different from how we identify the password. But it'll take more than calculating power, a lot more. I honestly couldn't say whether our equipment would be up to the task. Tell me, Sid, why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind a password? To keep from prying eyes, of course. Why else? Wait. A password that could be guessed by anyone with ledger and a dictionary wouldn't keep it from a person minded to look. No, he wanted his report to be seen by those who strive for freedom. Unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective. I believe their motto was freedom through technology or some such. You two, round up as many Magitech terminals as you can find, and bring them to the workshop. Right away, Chief. Things are about to get very busy. Lucky we have you to help, eh? Yes. I'm here. Oh. Suffice it to say, I shall be of whatever help I can. All these Magitech terminals won't come cheap. Shut up, Tatao. Some things you shouldn't put a price on. We're getting there, Lorelei, one step at a time. As with the first foray into the labyrinths of ancients, we seek to venture into the unknown, and in order to succeed we require not only knowledge and preparation, but daring besides, just like old times. Right. While Grahatia and I configure the terminals, we want the rest of you to procure supplies. Namely, ceruleum to fuel the terminals and ice shards to keep them cool. The more we have of both, the better. Leave the ice shards to me. I'll round up some adventurers and go on a gathering spree. In that case, I'll trust Lorelei and Alisaie with the ceruleum. Here's a promissory note for each of you. Take them to the Sky Steel manufacturer in Ishgard and the ceruleum processing plant in Thanalan. The people there will give you what we need. Yours is a well-known face in the Holy See, I believe. If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Thanalan. I suppose I'll go to Ishgard. Goodbye. Could have just walked there, I think. But oh well. Did I go through there? Wait, what am I doing? Saw the thing there. I was like, I need to be here. Whatever. You stand in the Sky Steel manufactory. What is it you require? I have a promissory note. Issued by Garland Ironworks. This promissory note is intended for the purchase of the quantity of ceruleum specified thereupon. So you're after ceruleum. In that case, please present the note to our engineer at the airship landing. I shall be glad to assist you. Okay. Insane solutions that then also work. Those are the best. Go to you. Hello. Ceruleum, you've come to the right man. Fair warning though. Price has shot up on account of the uncertainty with the Empire, so I hope you've got the coin. I've got a promissory note. I don't need coin. Well now, a promissory note from the Ironworks. Don't see many of those. Not that it's a problem. It's as good as gold to me. Blah 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 blah. Oh. Oh. Emmerich. Who is here?
My friend!
My
After
voice.
the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places.
Yay. Hello.
As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem.
I did hear
To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course. Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find. I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you?
I will.
But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day?
Primal stuff, actually.
A cure for tempering. You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed. Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it.
Nice.
In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
Wonderful. I love how they sort of magic liquid, just really normal barrels. Oh my. It's quite a machine.
Oh, who would have thought ceruleum weighed so much? Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
Totally.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more now that I look at it. Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Ha! Some people have all the luck.
I've completely forgotten your voice was like this.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
It's been a while, hero. You seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering. But if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
Such amusement.
For all the effort it took to track you down after your latest disappearing act, you could find the cure for death, and it wouldn't be worth the trouble.
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel not only across dimensions, but through time. Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 parts to Garland's 1. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Get married already.
Whatever you say, Garland.
By the way, the healing applications of crystal foci proved very useful in getting us to where we are now. I must remember to thank Mikoto.
I suppose that's the thing we did.
Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin. All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
I did not remember his voice sounding more like this. But okay. This is taking quite a while, apparently.
Damn it. It's overloading.
She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close! So very close!
Oh.
Well, this is going swimmingly.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There! I was able to memorize the magic before it faded. It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
Boop. Yes, I look so very jubilant.
It's just as well. She'll never run again.
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at. This, my friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
Did his voice change? I remember his voice being different. Even from Praetorium times. Maybe I've just played too much Praetorium and remember it that way.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
Where are we? Oof, there's still quite a few quests to go. But we're only 1 hour in. Sure, it'll be fine. So I finally have it, the cure for tempering. All that remains is to put it to use. I shall be praying for your success on the front lines. In the end, we didn't have to pay for the terminals, which is great for us. But I can't help but feel for my counterpart in the ironworks. Ah, you would like that you feel for him? Alas, the ironworks crew couldn't linger long. Far too much to do. Yet brief though our time together was, it was bloody good to see them. Elise has only one thing on her mind. At long last, we have a cure. In theory, at any rate. We cannot be certain until such time as we put it to the proof, but I am quietly confident. Well, if we're to test it on someone, then I suggest Gabu. His symptoms are relatively mild. It'll be fine, I'm sure of it. I have faith in you. Yes, as long as we exercise due caution, it will be fine. Without further ado then, let's head for Limsa. You've kept Gabu waiting long enough. Let us go to Limsa. What? It is plain Alice is very fond of Gabu. To the extent that I have a hand in it, I shall do all in my power to bring him back. That's good. Well, this is the moment of truth. I'll have our hosts bring Gabu to us at once. Gabu!
Apologies for the wait.
Gabu, have you been good?
Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
Fancy meeting you here.
Alphino Yushtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment?
Explanations.
Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic. Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
Ah, nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with the tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Nice.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
Excellent. With your permission, then, let us begin.
I could probably give some ether.
Yes, this will do. And now, it's my turn. Tis done.
No small amount indeed.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allegans did not. It was never like to be easy. The rest is up to you, Alize. The treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hosts can spare one. I will go with her. It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience and your faith.
Sure.
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
I believe in you.
Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
Alize will succeed, I am certain of it. We need but have faith. Well, this seems as good a spot as any to have a rest. Is it? I would like a bench or something. I suppose standing around is fine.
For years, Eorzea has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago. I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alize refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion.
Yeah, don't tell me, tell her. She can tell you that she has admiration for your work.
I should, I know. Yet, despite my good intent, I have the feeling that I would only succeed in incurring her ire.
That is very well possible, yeah.
Alize, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
Oh, I'm so glad to see you all. Delighted, happy, glad.
Oh, I like his voice.
Gaboo!
Oh, I need to click that.
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alize's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
Your hopes reached Gaboo. They helped him to hold on.
I'm so proud of you, Gaboo.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alize. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use. As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether. And while Alize was able to heal Gaboo alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms. Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence. All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gaboo, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Then, the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of Porkses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn. She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
Why don't you tell us how you really feel?
I have to go now, Gaboo, but the people here will look after you, all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
It's very nice to see that ended happily. Oh, hello. You might recall that in order to procure the ingredients for Angelo, we had no choice but to surrender ourselves to the whims of the pixies. But I should have done so with far better grace had I known what we would go on to achieve. We did it. We brought Gabu back. And if I have any say in the matter, he'll be the first of many. Alisaie will be exhausted from her efforts, but you wouldn't think to look at her now. She is ready to press on, so am I. You are not people I can talk to. A trace of a wry smile is visible on Y'shtola's lips. As she will be at pains to remind me, I have not paid Master Matoya a visit since returning from the first. But this seems as good a time as any. Come, let us make for the cave. Let's see. Yeah, Little Shear, I think. Triple tired match. Didn't I do all of those? I thought I did all of those. Maybe I got annoyed with one. I need to do the hard version of this dungeon. I'll delete him. Still need to do hard electrochemical facility as well. There we are. It's been some time since Master Matoya last year saw Y'shtola. A lot they will have to talk about. You might be surprised. Do you remember, when last we came here, it was to find out why the others had collapsed? If someone had told me that they'd been whisked away to another world, I would have probably laughed in their face. You live and learn, eh? Master Matoya is something of a legend among Archons. I very much look forward to meeting her, if not the dressing down I am liable to receive for my inept attempts at summoning you. I take it you are ready to bear witness to the joyous reunion of master and pupil? Very well.
Nary a word from you all this time, then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
Gonna get some tea.
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
How remiss of me. Grahatir is my name, and I'm proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits. Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day. So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create porxes with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reached double figures. But if I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother porxie, as it were. Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Porxie that produces porxies. What an inspired idea. By the way, Lorelei, you think I misspoke earlier? I assure you it was not my intention to embarrass anyone. moldy old hole? She really must miss the place. In case you've ever wondered, Alfino got his innocence streak from our mother, and it can be rather endearing, even useful in certain situations. But most of the time it just makes me want to shake him. Poor Stola. Where does she mean, do you think? Some manner of hidden workshop, perhaps? Right, off to my old workshop then. Everything required to make you a chameleon is there. That may be, but no one has set foot in there since the Exodus. I dread to imagine what has become of it. Oh, there's sure to be a handful of failed familiars, and mayhap a monster or two, but nothing to trouble the likes of you. You can consider cleaning up the place payment for my help. Fine, we'll do it. Good girl. Now, if there are no other objections, I suggest you run along to the Maker's Quarter. I'll send one of my brogos ahead to let you into the workshop. You need only tell him who you are. One can't be too careful after all. Off you go. That was a bad voice. Oh well. Goodbye. Judging by the unruly state of the flora without, I think it's safe to assume there will be no shortage of unruly fauna within. Add to that the undisturbed secrets of the workshop, and we have the makings of an adventure. The workshop was an unforgiving place even before the Exodus, and I doubt the years of neglect have improved it. The cars could certainly do with a trim. As I may have mentioned, Alice and I were still very young when we departed with the Exodus. I envy Y'shtola for remembering the city as it once was. Buzzies. Greetings, welcome to my good mistress's relict. Roko is my name, and I am honored to be your guide. Within you will find a space dedicated to the making of familiars, along with a cavern wherein the requisite ingredients may be had. I must warn you, however, that the place has not played host to a single soul, much less a broom, in over 15 years, and I regret, be in some disarray. But rest assured, my brothers and I shall see to it that you do not lose your way. Now then, rabbit, only say the word, and I will show you in. I will say the word. Let us go. Let's go. The party of NPCs. Yeah, Is no, Toya should be here.
Victory will be ours!
Toya? Stola. Jeez. Yeah, this is fine. Let's go. Nice house music.
Right. To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients.
Okay.
Listen well to what the Porogos say, or you'll wish you had.
Okay. This is a nice theme song. Let's get in it. Need to harvest some clay. Okay. How do we get to clay? Clay can be had at clay cloth cauldron. Grab it through something. Through this portal, if you would. Okay. That's fan gold, not clay cloth. Uh-oh. Sure, it's fine. Please follow me, rabbit. Put down any pests that bar the way. Will do. Combo. Goodbye. Third one. There we go. Allow me to assist you with the gap. Did not imagine the place would be so infested, Robert.
There!
Okay, and the first boss. Please, just across the way. But you'll need to deal with the Mudman first, Rabbit. Is that supposed to be a golem? I suppose so. Aye, this is what happens when you neglect to tidy up. I see. Okay. Always. Oh. I understood the mechanic. That's the key first. Good man. we go. Nice. What do we get from this place? Hello. Oh. Enters this portal? Enters this? Interstice? Interstice? I don't know. Enters this? Next we need to get the water flowing again. It will be my pleasure to show you the Clear Knot Cauldron. Please use Ribbit. Please use this portal. A watery portal to the Wandering Well. What are you doing? For your own safety, I ask that you keep close to me, Ribbit. Well, I can't. There's enemies right. Let's go. Treasure coffer. I do like treasure. Oh, hello. Oh no, it was a trap. Treasure. Beat those guys up. Go down, come on then. Hello. Opken. Spring yonder should put spring in his step. Rabbit. Necklace. Okay, this way. These guys. Another lift, Rabbit. Just a moment. Jumpy thing. Sense of mischievous presence, Rabbit. Please take care. Oh, was trying to. A Nixie. Okay.
Just the beginning.
What's going on? What are we doing? Hahaha, such fun! More water! We need more water! Please no, not more water. Where are we going? What are we doing? I'm scared. Ow. Oh, fuck. Ow. Guess we need to just sit this out.
This is going to leave a mark.
What are we doing? Ready? What? Oh, I guess that didn't work. I'm confused. Suppose I need to get up there somehow? Yeah. I get it. Means it'll happen again. Let me do all this running. Let's try again. Okay, yeah, sure, we need more water. It's gonna be here. Can I? Oh, I see. Haha! You understood the thing. That was a double whammy. Oh no, I'm going to die. Oh no. Because I was healed at the time. Sure. No. Hey, come on. Whew! Sick and tired. What? I give up. To have closure after all these years. Wait, was it you who created that familiar? Water is flowing again, Rabbit. Let's get back. Lovely. Let's. Last but not least, we need to fire up the kiln. Where do we do that? In the fire. Right through, Rabbit. I will guide you safely to the kiln fire cauldron. If I can click the thing, thank you. Oof, this looks very rainbow. But yet lava. Cool. Delicate licorice. Lava phoban. Oh, you're not getting the other guy. Pyroduct outdoors. Too eager. A little magma can stop us, rabbit. There we go. Oh, there we are. Sucker in magma.
I will not
Dead.
hold back.
Elfno dead. Oh no. Okay. Okay, good.
My thanks.
Who did that? Oh, that was good at least. Phew. Come on then. You can face it. Have to get across. Haha. Ugh, honestly, I might just faint once and for all, alright? fiery battle that was, and I don't mean the magma. Your assassination awaits, Rabbit. Is this going to the final boss? No, there's no clothing offer yet. Where's the kiln fire golden go? That takes care of the kiln, Rabbit. Oh, that's good. Alright, let's return to Master Matoya. Alright, it's time to bake ourselves a porksy. Let's go.
Right then. Let's get this over with.
Yes.
Newborns are wont to be difficult. Sure, who's in charge?
Porcelain. Mother Porksy. Sorry, Porky. Porcelain. Oh. Nice, comfortable thing. Don't show any fear. I can smell it. Will not.
This is going to leave a mark.
That's good. How do I target you?
This is going to leave a mark.
What are we doing now? Hidden herself. Find out quickly or you've been in a world of pain. What? Find her. Oh, hello. I guess it's like this. Where are you going?
I will not hold back.
Bad. Nice! And I saw I can't get any more elegant tomestones. Oh, I completely forgot to spend them. I had 3,000 this whole time. Yeah. Okay, before we continue to do anything, I'm going to go to a place. Spend my tomestones. Nice though. You showed that box who's boss. So just satisfied. Gaskets, okay. How does this look? They look like pants. Okay. This is gonna be nice. It's okay. Not the best. Okay. Well, I hope you're well behaved now. Good job, team.
There we are, quite tame.
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more. That should suffice.
Good. Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some porkses. Assuming that is, someone can spare the requisite energy. A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say. Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the Mother Porksy with additional ether.
Nice.
I will require a moment before I try again.
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone, we're a step closer to our goal.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa Lominsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
I'll be fine. But sure.
In addition to the Porkses, I trust you've gained an inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age.
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
Nice. Given it was her first time making a proxy, Matoya did a fine job. But she did have Angelo for inspiration. Yes. Forgive me if this is a silly question. Of all creatures real and imagined, I choose a flying pig. Not that I dislike pigs, mind you. As you wander, Master Matoya has returned to her cave with Shtola. They are peas in a pod, are they not? They sure are. I love them for it. You may now enter Matoya's relics with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the task interface located on the duty in the main menu. Yay. Let's go. The Admiral's Resolve. Alphino is eager to deliver the good tidings to Limsa Lominsa. Well then, my friends, let us return to Limsa Lominsa and deliver the good news to the Admiral. A word to the officer in Bulwark Hall should be sufficient to secure us an audience. Let's go. To Limsa. This way. Stop. This way. Load in, please. Oh, there they are. I can talk to them first. Even as we speak, we are weaving a new future. When it all becomes history, I hope that those who follow may look back with gladness. If we offer them the means to cure their temper, the beast tribes were far more likely to listen. Indeed. Though the Admiral is not expecting us, I am certain she will want to hear our report. Come, let us request an audience. Let's. Hey dude. My Lorelei, ever a welcome sight. Tidings for the Admiral, you say. She is presently receiving guests, but for the Scions, I know she will make an exception. Follow me. My friends, what brings you here this day? Is this true? By the Navigator, cure for tempering. As often as I've been in awe of your scions, I would not have thought it possible. And yet it is, Admiral. We have done it, here in Limsa, and production of more familiars has already begun. You have my thanks, truly. This will do much to advance the cause of peace, yet I fear it will take more to close the rift twixt man and beast-man. Bah, even to speak thus divides us. Welcome as it is, a cure will not guarantee reconciliation between our peoples. For though summoning and the tempered may serve to fuel the conflict, they are but symptoms of it. If we are to resolve the primal problem once and for all, we must address the cause. We must strive for mutual understanding and find a way to leave our bloody past behind. It was I who moved that the Alliance renew its push for peace. Since our ancestors came to these shores some 7 centuries past, the Illuminenses have been at odds with those who share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the Kobolds, our history has been one of nigh constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with Sahagin for control over the seas has only grown fiercer, a matter made worse by the thrice-damned calamity driving them to seek new spawning grounds. That is an impressive hat thing you've got there. With survival at stake, each had no choice but to fight, and so he dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is a word coined by the weak, I proclaimed to all who'd listen, and then gave up. You and yours put me to shame. Since you led us to victory against Black Wolf, you have achieved the impossible again and again and again. Ah, thank you, Malvip. And I thought it high time that I followed suit, hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbors in Vilbren than my own people sought to thwart me. You speak of the pirates who failed to attend a meeting. Aye, acting through a friendly faction among the kobolds, we had intended to seek an audience with a prominent patriarch. But the bloody executioners would not hear of it, and their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of the 3 pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would founder without them. I am given to understand that their leader, Captain Hilfir, has been bedridden for some time with an ailment of the lungs. Correct. In his absence, his right hand leads, a man named Sicard, but recently risen to prominence amongst their ranks. Sicard, like Picard, only with an S. Save for his disdain for authority, little is known about him. We have invited him to speak with us more than once, but he will not come. I have tasked the Yellow Jacket and the rogues with uncovering his motives, but they have learned naught of any value. Leave it to us, I say. You're doing the thing. You have a nose for the truth. Whatever the Sicard wants, we'll find out. Truly, I will be much obliged. I shall look forward to hearing what you learn then. Good luck. Will do. Let's go. By way of a first step, I suggest we split up and make inquiries around town. Someone must know the Sicard. If you could approach the pirates, Lorelei, the rest of us will seek out merchants and adventurers. Will do. Where are we going? There's one pirate thing in the upper decks. There doesn't appear to be anything in the lower decks. So off we go. Why? What's going on over there? Looks like I was stuck on the air. Or something. I knew about this one. Seventh Sage. Let's do this one first. Osman. Yeah, you wanna know about Sicard? He's a wily bug is what he is. Found some clever way to make coin, they say, and traded it for once got place at Old Ilfur's side. There was a time we raised the executioners for a pick of the pirates' fleet, but the Gallians are gone, and them days with them. Owing to which, all of us had to look for other ways to make ends meet. The jumped up bilge red Sicard landing in the juiciest, whatever it may be. Not that we sirens are struggling, mind. We do well enough guarding fishing boats and from the fishbacks and other beasties. Get the first pick of the produce for a trouble, see? Quality stuff at a bargain price. This we pass on to our sisters as can't sail on account of getting old or wounded with child. Or with child. And they cook it up and sell it for a pretty profit. Simple. Oh, I miss the old ways, don't get me wrong. But when I see the girls and with the little ones, I think to myself, life of peace ain't quite... Why can't I do your talk? A life of peace and quiet ain't all that bad. Okay, let's go. Bye. Yeah, sure. Well, maybe we do this. Oh, there they are. That guy. You know that guy. Curious about Sicard, are you? As am I, my friend, as am I. Sadly, I know nothing of the man, save that the bloody executioners experienced a marked improvement in their fortunes after his promotion. Quite how he achieved this is a matter of some debate. As you know, the thalassocracy permits us to attack only Gallian vessels, yet these have all but vanished from the seas since the Empire turned in upon itself. In order to adapt, we Krakens have taken to trading with the East, but the executioners are less forward-looking. I cannot imagine they would willingly abandon the old ways. So how, then, are they lining their coffers? Whatever the secret, they are not like to share it with their rivals, but mayhap you will have more luck. I need to speak with Elfino, who is apparently not here, so I need to go back down, probably to Bulwark Hall. Where am I going? Yep. How much quest do I still have in 5.4? Oof, still quite a bit. Quests after this. Well, I'll certainly finish 5.4 this day. 5.5 is shorter. It will probably come with lots of cutscenes. see everyone has returned. Now, who would like to go first? I should have talked to you people. Sorry. So, just as their imperial prey began to disappear, Sicard turned the executioner's fortunes around with a mysterious new source of income. Whatever it is, it's nothing to scoff at. According to a tavern keeper I spoke to, the crew have been indulging themselves as never before. But no amount of drink seems to loosen their tongues as to how they are coming by their coin. For my part, I spoke with a reporter from the Harbour Herald. The publication has been investigating the secret of the executioner's good fortune and making little headway. What's going on? Plainly, the executioners do not wish the nature of their business to be made public. And I think I may know why. In the course of making inquiries on Hawker's Alley, an interesting fact came to light. Just as the executioners began to enjoy better fortunes, the price of crystal went into sharp decline. A sudden fall in demand, I was told. Curious, I contacted Hoary Boulder, who has been watching the movements of the beast types, but my suspicions were proven correct. Despite ever-worsening relations between the beast types and the Thalassocracy, neither Titan nor Leviathan have made an appearance of late, suggesting that the kobolds and Sahagan lack the means with which to summon them. Do you mean to say the executioners are divesting them of their crystals? All indications point to that conclusion, yes. Though we have no hard evidence as yet. We must investigate further. Agreed. So how do we proceed? Oh, I have an idea about that. In fact, I have already taken the liberty of making certain provisions. No, can't talk to you yet. Come on. If Alphina's theory proves well-founded, it would go some way to explaining the executioner's vehement opposition to peace. Yeah. Do you remember how Alphino pretended to be some manner of merchant to infiltrate Yulmore? Well, I bet you 10 gil he's about to reprise the role. No bet. Alphino has the look of a man with a plan. During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that a wholesaler of crystals had recently arrived in Limsolominsa, offering wares at prices far undercutting the opposition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction, and will shortly pose as a potential buyer in a bid to establish the crystal's provenance. The man is due to be at Ocean's Embrace in Lower Lenosia shortly. I suggest we make our way there at once. Lower Lenosia, that's where we go. Oh, oops. It was over here. Off for now. That appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. Wait, if he truly is in league with the bloody executioners, he'll surely be wary of those allied to the Admiral, the Scions not least of all. Compared to yours and Lorelei's, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of buyer. Gaha is right. And even if you aren't recognized on sight, you look too genteel to be mixing with society's underbelly. Genteel? But very well, I'll leave it to you, Graha. Business with me, catboy. You're the Kessel wholesaler. I am, but you're no merchant, so what do you want the Kessels for? Don't look at us, you idiot! You'll give yourself away. Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? And you need crystals to make staffs like the fine specimen you've got there. That's right. I'm indeed a weaponsmith, and I use naught but the finest materials. I bid you show me your wares. Well, we don't just invite just anybody into our storehouses. It takes time to establish trust, you understand? Look, I have a large and urgent commission. If the quality is satisfactory, I will not quibble over the price. Alright, it's plain that no ordinary crystal adorning your staff, so I'll make an exception. Come with me. It seems to be working. Let's follow them. There we go, man. Given how long he spent playing the Crystal Exarch, you'd think Graha would be a better actor. Honestly, if it hadn't been for that staff, we must remember to thank Totaru. They went into the tunnel, quietly now. One faint ain't a finer, especially not for the price. Indeed, I would expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? There's nothing unlawful about him, if that's your worry. They're from Gomoro, if you take my meaning. Stuff's pure as it gets, you won't be disappointed. So how much do you want? A Gomoro, taken from the kobolds, just as we suspected. Hello there. That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around slowly. Oh dear, they saw through our ruse, our very clever ruse. I'm Sicard, acting captain of the bloody executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. You know who you are, scions. And we also know you've been chatting to the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere, see? Comes to being the only true pirate crew left in Limsa. So we've established you ain't here to buy crystals. Question is, what are you here for? You were bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective, but that would explain your swift rise to power. You have spoken plain, and so I shall return the favor. You came here to learn why the bloody executioners opposed the Admiral's will. And we have our answer. Should Limsa Lominsa make peace with the kobolds, you will lose the source of your newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you though, we ain't breaking any rules here. Not yet. The law forbids us from attacking any vessel not flying the Imperial flag, but don't say nothing about beastmen. Only reason we keep our operation nice and quiet is because we don't want no one taking our business. Wait, just listen to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours, her especially. Is that me? While the Maelstrom were worrying about dirtying their faces, fancy red clobber, you lot stormed Gamro and battered bleeding Titan himself. Raised a mug to you when I heard the news. And now we're following in your footsteps, making sure the beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically your successors we are. And there were still Imperial ships about. We did our bit for Limsa and went after them. But with the Guardians gone, there's no one left to ply our trade on except the beastmen. So let us have that, eh? It's only fair. Contentious though some may find your views, it is true that you have broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face. Unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa Lominsa has some other cause to hide in a cave? Well said. Well said indeed. Alright, I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the venue. Yes, Alicia. I trust she won't turn down the invitation. Serious face. Oh, we're done. We have found Sicard. I don't know about you, but it was all I could do to stop myself punching Sicard in the smirking face whenever he opened his mouth. Yeah, kinda. Though I have some passing knowledge of prior events, I am yet ill-qualified to meddle in Lominsan affairs. It was not my place to argue with Sicard, as much as I would have liked to. Nay, it is for the Admiral to deal with him and the bloody executioners both. By bringing them to the negotiating table, we have played our part. Are you sure? Ooh, materia that I can sell or something. Alphino is keen to report back to the Admiral. I thought myself the hunter, but it turns out I was the prey. A timely reminder that the pirate powers of Linz Mensa are not to be trifled with. But all's well that ends well. Kahatia's timely provocation had the desired effect, and Sicard has agreed to a meeting. Let us hurry back to Linz Mensa and pass on his invitation to the Admiral. Go to Lim Salomensa? No, that's not going. That's dragging a button. And here we wait again till everyone loads in. Oh, that's he. It's him. Okay, are we already inside? Maybe they won't load. Very well then, let's go. Lorelei, your companions have already reported to command room. Will you be joining them? I will be joining them. Hello. Yes, Alicia is the very last place for such a meeting. The Admiral will be marching right into the Cull's den. I hope we don't end up regretting this. We probably will. But we'll be fine. I'm the warrior of light and darkness. Sicard does not want for confidence, that much is plain, but I have faith in the Admiral. She has dealt with far worse. While we have no assurance that Sicard will be amenable to reason, there can be no compromise without discussion. He's too far away. There you are. We have eagerly awaited your return. Thank you. Welcome back, my friends. What news? That news. So they have been stealing crystals from the kobolds. My thanks for solving the mystery and securing a meeting besides. Suffice to say, I accept Sicard's invitation, and I would have you join me as my guest. The future of Limsa hangs upon the outcome of this meeting, and I would have the Scions present to bear witness. Let's go!
Look who's come crawling!
Traitor!
You can shove your peace!
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sicard, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
He sounds more smarmy than I made him.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right!
Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take!
Okay, something went wrong in that voice line there.
Piracy has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place.
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom.
Bosnia, okay.
When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance, then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive, like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all the Mincins here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
A duel. Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa,
Ooh, do
I
I get to be
accept your
molded?
challenge.
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
It's the captain!
Captain Ilfir! Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain!
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed. Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Lemsa Laminsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots, with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything ye want. We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand 'cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You've the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief. Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
And my axe. Oh. That's no good.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
Well, I don't condone what Sicard has been doing. I know how difficult it can be to change course. It took me long enough to join the Science, didn't it? Kind of, yeah. When the discussion gave way to a duel, I feared what might unfold. But only a fool would underestimate the Admiral, as Sicard soon discovered. There are times when one must stand one's ground, even if the cost of failure is beyond reckoning. The Admiral did just that, and I have nothing but respect for her. As she continues to steer her nation through this period of transition, the primitive navigator will see fit to fill her sails. Like Miss Beard before him, Ilfir chose to trust the future of our nation to the Admiral. That was the moment I believed that the good ship Limsa finally embarked on upon a new course. Though I had anticipated the duel, I did not foresee that Hilfir would intervene. But full glad am I that he did. It would have been a shame to kill the boy. Instead, the whelp has learned a valuable lesson, and we have made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbors. Nice. For the first time in a long time, Malvib's course is clear. Now, I need hardly to tell you, but any attempt to negotiate with the tribes is doomed to fail unless their minds can first be wrested from the grips of the gods. Oh, I still have the thing on. Oh, dang. Leave it to us. We will open his ears to reason. I assume that was the thing about the Patriarch. My bad. You have my thanks. Ere we proceed, there's something you should know. Some 50 years passed when the Sahagin swarmed our hulls in ever greater numbers. Limsa entered into a covenant with the kobolds. To men shall go the bounty of the sea, to kobolds shall go the bounty of the land. An ostensibly equitable arrangement, conspicuously lacking in detail. Aye, inadvertently or not, the wording was ambiguous, and we took advantage of it, moving in to claim the northern reaches of Lenosha, which the kobolds believed theirs. Bloodshed followed, then bloodshed to answer the bloodshed, and on it went, till every elm of Vilbrand bore the stain of our conflict. That's why the kobolds speak of betrayal all the time. This is not history, you understand. It is the present, fresh and raw. And with their kindred's blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to regain the kobolds' trust, even should we cure their tempered. Admiral, you speak of obstacles we are like to encounter at the meeting, but as things stand, I see no reason why the kobolds would agree to a meeting in the first place. You need to click there. And so we must provide a reason. I will restore their stolen crystals to them, and personally deliver the cargo along with my apologies. Bait. They would welcome us into their midst, not to speak of peace, but to have you at their mercy. Aye, and given the wealth of crystals we will bring, I'll wager they will attempt to summon Titan here, there and then. Meaning a high priest would need to be present, to whom we could administer the cure. Precisely. He is the fish I would catch, but he will not be alone. Nay, he will have guards on hand, and they will lay down their lives to protect him. Yet a single death on the kobold side would jeopardize our chances at peace. And there my venture found us. Yeah, it need not. What if we were to employ the Conqueror's Chain? Then we would still have to weaken the kobolds. It would allow us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm. The artifact Mistbeard used to take goods and not life. Aye, that would serve. Well done, Marshal. So, friends, what think you of our strategy? The effects of tempering are cumulative, and we may safely assume that the High Priest's exposure to primal influence is extensive. It will therefore take a great deal of ether to reverse its effects, not to mention time. Time during which Alisaie would be defenseless. Even should we all look to her protection, I am not convinced we could keep an entire army of kobolds at bay. Well, I'm happy to take that risk. Not as if we have any other choice. Besides, it's what Tesleen would do, and had I not followed her example, we wouldn't even have a cure for tempering, much less a chance to bring peace to Vilbrand. So I'm going to cure that priest or die trying. Fuck yeah, Alisaie. I believe in you too. You and everyone. I know they'll keep me safe. It is settled then. See to your preparations. Make for Camp Overlook. We will join you there anon. Let's go. Camp Overlook. There they are already. Be under no misapprehension. The extent of the High Priest's tempering is like to far exceed that of Gabu. But then his was a relatively mild case. Milder indeed than the majority of those we wish to save. The coming mission will be a truer test of our treatment. Indeed. I have no doubt that Alisaie will succeed with the cure, if we can but afford her the time. Alphinaud wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on you all to give me the time I need. Our sole purpose will be to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us and focus on your own task. Indeed, and should you want for ether, you need only say the word. Is it Gabu? Gabu, did you follow us here? Oh shit, what's his voice? I forgot already. There's something important that I want to say to the High Priest. Express, state, say. Please let me come with you, please. I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. I need you to promise me that you'll stay here where it's safe, alright? My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we have secured our audience. All unfolded as expected. At the mention of my returning their castles in person, the kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. And so, in the glorious spirit of cooperation, jolly cooperation, We are to be received by Patriarch Sada of the Second Order, who awaits our pleasure in the naval. If you are ready, let us proceed to the Agomoro mines at once. Let us do it. Proceed. I'm stuck. Oh, I hate this place. Nope. Go all the way around. I'm able to do directions. Yes. Someone die here. Nope, no fate for me. Goodbye. This way? Not this way. This way. Patriarch Zada. The name sounds familiar. It is because he was the one who presided over the deaths of Gabu's parents. Oh. But this day will be different. We will reach out together, all of us, and we will take peace in our grasp. What was the second thing you said? I tried to reach out to him that day, only for my pleas to fall upon deaf ears, yes. There's nothing more to say. I'm going to do this for Gabu and Tesleen. Anyone who's ever dreamed of a better future. Alisaie can be forgiven a certain amount of recklessness, but if she goes so far as to contemplate sacrificing herself, I will remind her how she responded when I thought to do the same. Not that we will let it come to that, of course. Ready when you are, my friend. Yes. Conqueror's chain stands ready. Weaken your foes and it will see them subdued. Good. This Aetheryte will bear us to our quarry. Should he make to summon Titan as I anticipate, you will halt the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all hells will break loose, and we will have an army of kobolds to entertain till Alisaie's work is done. Just remember, none must die. We will weaken them and let Ainzar do the rest. It is time. Stay the course, my friends. I spy calmer waters beyond this squall. Alright, let's go do the thing. Let's hope I survive the thing.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib Blufistvin, Admiral of Limsa Laminsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye, just as we thought.
Now, Alisaie! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
Okay. What do I need to do? I need to not kill anyone. Girl seeks to harm the patriarch with vile magics. Kill her, slaughter, slay, kill!
Protect Alisaie!
Fuck, it did nothing.
You're in my sights. You're in my sights.
Fine.
You're in my sights.
Go, Angelo! And it's ready. Alisaie, are you alright? This tempering is too severe. Can't finish a job. So one person's eater alone is not enough.
Just what we need.
Just what we need. Oh no, what is going on?
You're not alone.
You're in my sights.
Elfino, let us land Alisaie or Ether.
Here you are, Alisaie.
Nearing my limit. Oh no, it's gone.
More! I need more ether!
Hondo.
Just a little more!
Things. Alizé, massive things. Almost there. Lorelei, please lend me your ether too. Sure. Oh. There we go. You're dead now, girl. Finished, done. Done for, dead. No, you don't. No, Admiral, it's too dangerous. I've made my decision before I came here. No matter what it cost me. Limsa will have to. Lorelei, a little more ether, just a little more. We can finish this. Okay, there you go. Thank you, it will work this time. I promise.
Yes, this will do. Here I go. Go, Angela.
Did it work?
What?
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
Why would I do such a thing?
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Gabu, probably.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it. And you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already. So please, end the suffering.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were, what choice had we but to call upon the divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None, and I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt, and any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Lominsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman, just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world, if you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole, I fought, I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gaboo does. And I will trust him.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
I love the way kobolds talk. And this was a great scene.
"'Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
The Admiral seems hell-bent on worrying me to death, but I suppose the ends justify the mean. Well fought, my friend, well fought. Kaboom! I'm so glad we could sway the Patriarch. Convince, persuade, sway. Thank you for making it possible. Thank you. The treatment may have restored the Patriarch to his senses, but it was the Admiral Gabu's words that touched his heart. This moment belongs to all of us, Lorelei. We couldn't have done it without each other. Indeed. It has taken a long time, but the dream of a lasting peace with the kobolds may soon become a reality, and it is all thanks to Alisaie. Alisaie just said, In two separate worlds, the seeds were sown. And through the determination of two indomitable women, they have quickened into this historic moment. I feel honored to have been present to see it. It would seem we have found a way forward with the kobolds. Next we will help the Second Orders to free their temperate brethren from thraldom. Theirs is far from the only order, of course, and it will take no small amount of time and effort to reach the rest. But reach them we will, however long it takes. I would say that I was in your debt, but that has long been true. So instead I will say thank you for helping us to plot a new course, not only for Limsa Luminsa, but all Eorzea. Yay! What is next? Alphino. Futures rewritten. Alphinos is a picture, equal parts jubilation and relief. And this is the final quest of 5.4.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
What? Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
Oh.
What in the world is that?
What? Oh. That doesn't look good.
A tower.
Well, duh.
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards. The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea.
Oh dear.
Nothing more is known, only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert. Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
Ominous. How did the Garleans manage to build so many things in Eorzea, while never having actually conquered it? It's like they just had the run of the place all the time. Ominous thing though. And it's sending out some pulses. That's not good. Anyway, Alamegan Quarter. That's Girabania. The Alamegan Quarter. Though it isn't visible from here, the locals report that a tower-like structure has appeared to the south. Can I see it from the air? Maybe. Am I going to try to see it? Sure. Oh, hello. Yeah, there it is. There's most certainly a tower. Gabu, don't worry. These are the Maelstrom friends, meaning we're free to deal with the Schleitel's problem to fall uninvited in our laps. It appears to be business as usual inside the city, but at least we'll be able to tell us if there have been any developments without. Like that giant tower there.
Thank you for coming so soon. I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Roger preserved!
It can't be.
The palace! After them!
You're here. Good.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why, even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck.
Is that Asahi?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it! Anyone would think you dealt with Asians before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandaniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
The towers. What are they for?
My, straight to business is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days. To which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Asians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire. And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
Why?
What? Why would you want such a thing?
Exactly.
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die! You! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering!
Okay, then.
I'm different, you see, from the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you.
I'd say so, yeah.
So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe.
No, okay.
I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles. We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers and this very star our stage.
Telophoroi? Okay. Is this supposed to make sound? Maybe not. But then the little footsteps are kind of weird.
Ah, but I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos. While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Lunar Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
Pleasant as an Ascian as he was.
Everyone
As
out!
Asahi.
My men will tend to the blaze.
Our scouts report that the Ascian and his dragon have left Girabanya. Seems that this was purely a social visit. What part could this tower feasibly play in Teleforoy's plan, do you think? I for one am at a loss. Now we should bear word of these developments to the others, and we hope Tankard and Urianger are safe. Of course they are. Though objectives were different, I could understand why Elidibus and his fellows acted as they did. But Van Daniel? It will take me some time to make sense of it all, if indeed there is any sense to be found. Are you alright, Lorelei? The rest of us are fine, if a little singed. That dragon let us off lightly. Honestly though, only a madman would choose the name Lunar Bahamut. Which just about sums up Van Daniel, I suppose. Indeed. Thank goodness everyone's safe. We've managed to put out the fire, though not quickly enough to save the garden. Raban, can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? I'm going to take a unit and investigate the tower. We need to find out what it's for. We'll go with you. No, you won't. You'll rest. From what Melvip tells me, you're due some time off duty. Should we learn anything about the tower, we'll be sure to share it with you. Until then, I want you to rest. Very well, but if you need our help, don't hesitate. And take care, both of you. So you really did it. You found a cure for tempering. Oh, it makes me want to do something heroic right now. Speaking of which, I'd better get ready to set out for the tower. If an Ascian is on the prowl, it will not be long before we call on you and yours again. That's now, while you still can. Rising stones. Oop. And then we're going to probably go into a series of scenes. Before I get copyright strike somehow. Welcome back, Lorelei. Make yourself comfortable and let me know if I can get you anything. It would seem you have had quite an eventful time in my absence, but I am fully rested now and ready for more. Ah, how good it feels to come home to the Rising Stones. It's here my heart feels most at peace and my mind the clearest. Stola returned just before us, and it seems she knows about the towers too. Though I knew rather old, by which I mean young, though this body has a good deal more stamina than the one I wore out in the first, I confess I've been looking forward to a moment's respite. You've had a busy few days, have you not? Let's talk to Kyle. Ah, you're back too. Good. We've received reports from the Alliance. Since you're all here, perhaps those who bore witness to the events in Alamigo could treat the rest of us to a first-hand account? No sooner do we overcome one problem than another appears. It would all seem tediously predictable but for the endless variety of our foes. This Van Daniel sounds even more unhinged than his patron. Unhinged, perhaps, but no fool. For all his pantomime theatrics, he gave away little about his plot. We know only that he intends to recreate the final days and that the towers will somehow facilitate this. He also called his dragon Luna Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. And the creature certainly did resemble the Elder Primal. That may be, but the fact that it answered to Van Daniel would suggest they are not one and the same entity. I think it more probable that it is some manner of simulacrum born of Asian magics. Whatever it is, for now we can but work closely with the Alliance and remain vigilant. I believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Stola? I have been to see the Sultana. Knowing how quick the immortal flames are to dispose of their tempered, I judged it best to provide them with the cure first. As soon as I had sufficiently recovered, I travelled to Ul'dah and delivered the proxies to Her Grace, along with detailed instructions on their use. Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The immortal flames had been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Amalja when negotiations abruptly collapsed. The Amalja claimed that a number of their kind have been abducted, and that men are responsible. Naught is known of the perpetrators as yet, but as the immortal flames went about investigating the abductions, they came upon one of Van Daniel's towers. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn that they are not an exclusively Eorzean phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they have been sighted as far afield as Yanxia. Then it would seem reasonable to assume that they are everywhere. We simply have not found them. Well, as you said yourself, we can do little for now save remain vigilant. And since we are dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of an authority on such foes. Stinian! Stinian? Now just a moment. If he could be persuaded to lend us his lands, I would be the first to welcome it. But the truth is, we will struggle even to find him. You let me and Kyle worry about that. We'll sniff him out, no matter where he's hiding. If indeed he is hiding, we have ways of locating him regardless. So if there are no objections, we shall depart at once. Bye. Well, rather than sitting around, I think I might go to each of the city-states and educate them then in the use of proxies. They would doubtless appreciate it, but might you consider taking a moment to rest before leaving? You will be fresher for the task ahead. Well, my friend, a moment of triumph did not last long. It never does. Twas ever the way, the world often needs saving. It really does. And save it we shall. I for one do not intend to allow a nihilistic madman to take us all to the grave with him, not when the future holds such promise. Nay, I will do all in my power to protect those whom I hold dear, just as you have always done. And that's it. Maybe. Oh. Maybe that wasn't it. What's happening? Meanwhile, somewhere in the locks. It wasn't it.
The scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Glory be. Glory be. Glory be.
Glory be to Garlemald!
That's no good. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Because why not? Stop everywhere. Didn't even warn me that there were going to be lots of scenes.
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty of informing her that you await her coming, though I confess, I may have singed her a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency. For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
And that's the end of 5.4. Well, I'm going to take a quick break, get some more tea, do some other stuff, and then we will start 5.5. Not sure if we'll finish this today. I mean, we've been playing for 4 hours now. So, maybe. We'll eat late today then. That's fine. Maybe I'll prepare food while streaming. And just keep going. We'll see. Anyway, quick break. And we'll be right back. Alright. I am back. We can continue. 5.5. Dupe. Hello. In the face of this new draconic threat, we would indeed benefit from Estinian's presence. But I cannot help but wonder how Kyle and Taro intend to locate him. They certainly seem confident, however. Alize is waiting patiently for the return of certain scions. Least of all, you. Good news, Lorelei. Tancred and Orianger have finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back here, even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, eh? Let's. Ah, a welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alize, Graha and Lorelei. I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't all been tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems have landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back. I can't help noticing that we're one Orianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried. And I did try. Repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Ruban and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. Then mayhap you would do the same for us. Indeed. It was just as Lee said. Worse, in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and the Third, however, were notable by their absence. And they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Vandaniels. Perhaps, or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight, or they're waiting it out. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather transform it. Transform it? Into what? That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Orianger, certain aspects of its design are clearly devised with the manipulation of ether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet as unnerving as that edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed, or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. Yeah, seems smart. If Daniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Oh, be sure to save some for Orianger, which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Raban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest finding on the towers, and he requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be wary from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay behind. I shall stay and begin looking into another matter, as I promised Kyle. We need not all attend. Very well. I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. Oh. Alamigo Quarter, hey Shadowbringers. If you're curious to know what I will be doing in your absence, let us speak of it another time. At present, Kyle and I have no more than an hypothesis. Okay. Fair enough. Going to the Alamigo Quarter. Onto the bridge. Hello. Yay. Though I was only in Revenant's stall a short while, I did manage to squeeze in a brief drink with Lama. Spring water only, being a flying visit. I wonder if there have been any developments regarding the Emolja abductions. It can be no mere coincidence that the incidents began occurring just as the tower first appeared. Indeed. The Royal Menagerie is still close to civilians, when Daniel and his pets suddenly left their mark. While we may safely assume that the Telephoroi are behind the works being carried out on the Imperial Palace, we can only guess at their purpose. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. As are we to see you safely returned from your mission, Urianger. I trust Tancred made you feel welcome? Oh well, if it isn't Malfino and his merry band. Oh, it's not, please. Of course it's you. Arnvold, what are you doing here? When we spoke for your link pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I am sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. May I remind you that we Alizin are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great orc such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. Aye, it was not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Monbrida towered over me nonetheless. Arnvold brings out the best in Alphino, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, for Dola mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? Yeah, what gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. Good, you've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? If Dola is going with him, that must mean... My apologies. As Arnvold rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it. Let us.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. It is no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroid's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar, and that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Okay. If it's small talk you're after, look elsewhere. Okay then. I accept that numbers can prove a hindrance when infiltrating enemy territory. To send only 2? Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore. Indeed.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldva and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Aldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I a part of? I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
Good boy. Such a tiny fist.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
The one right here
Well,
outside?
the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it.
Not that one.
Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh? It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
Thank you.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. His was another name that featured prominently in the history books, and it will be fascinating to meet the man in the flesh. I get the impression Arnvold is a lot more apprehensive than he lets on, but I've been grateful Alphino was there to see him off. Probably here. Bizarre. So Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, We must hope that we'll keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. There you are. But I've just remembered. Hello. I think I was doing healer things. Oh no, I need ironworks gear. What do? Oh well, I'll just wait until, I don't know. I happen to be in one of the 3 cities. Assuming we find him, this will be my first encounter with the famous Estinian. If he's half the man Alphino claims, I fully expect to go weak at the knees. Perhaps do a bit of fainting while I'm at it. I have only visited Ishgard once before, after the devastation of the 8th Umbral Calamity. To see the place in all its former, forgive me, in all its original glory, is a tantalizing prospect indeed. Present? Good. Let's split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces, the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Lorelei can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later. With or without Estinian, good luck. I think I shall begin with the Galithil manufactory. So you could try the congregation? I see I may well have heard news of a friend's return. Alright. Lucia, there you are. On the loop. Good evening to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Emmerich sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search of him. So, what then do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No, we were not aware of Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Emmerich, only to find him absent? In any event, I am afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Okay. Airship London. Nie. Still gone. So Estinian is every bit as elusive as Urian J suggested. Yeah. He often is.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence.
No kidding.
Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino. Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long. No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
Perhaps he sees them as the brothers he never had. Think he learned how to talk with people rather than at them? Probably. Well, you can't keep him all to yourself forever. I kind of want to say this. And this. One of these two. But I want to say this.
Keep him to my... You're joking, aren't you? I'd be glad if someone would take him off my hands.
Sure.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azisla.
Azisla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azisla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard.
Ugh!
I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt?
Tiamat summoned Bahamut once before. She may have again. Will Filion know? Not to complain, but I didn't expect to find myself here again quite so soon. So this is the Delta Quadrant, where countless dragons yet lie imprisoned. Great Tiamat among them. It has been quite some time since I last set foot in Azizla, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Lorelei is the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face. Yeah, I should say she remains a prisoner of the Elgin Empire. Ever since the end of the war with Mercidia, yes. To have been held captive for so long. I too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Our grandfather sacrificed everything to protect the realm from Bahamut. We must be prepared to do the same. The Azure Dragoons of history were the mortal enemies of the dragons, yet now they would be hard-pressed to find a soul who understood them better. It was the Ascians who taught Tiamat the secrets of summoning, even as they supplied the Elegants with the means to capture primals. So much suffering, all of it by design. Estinian is ready to lead the way to Tiamat. Tiamat awaits, this way. Oh, button. Hey there, it's us. Interesting. So this is one of the 7 great worms. Even thus confined, her presence is overwhelming. Designed to her faith though she may be, we cannot help but feel that we may be able to help Tiamat. Would she only help us? Let us. To think that man is responsible for all this. So much else the dragonkind has suffered. Yeah. Man kind of sucks. My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Ah, that my sins should be repeated. I sense not the faintest stirring. As to who? Oh. Okay. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. The icon claimed their souls when first he manifested, and robbed of their will, they became tools for the Elegant's dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Yes, the dragons of Mericidia are at the mercy of this Asian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Asians, vile minions of darkness. Again you would profane the memory of my beloved, and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentations see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have of me, slayer of dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Santalan infan antosk,
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed, ask the Dragon Slayer and he will tell thee of the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
A chance to make amends, to lay Bahamut's memory to rest. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow. Now your foes would bring about her destruction. For the debt I owe to Hydaelyn and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. It would seem she has still some pride after all. Let's see if she's as good as her word. It won't make up for what she suffered at the hands of men, but if there's a chance we can free her, truly free her, we owe to her to try. I confess, my heart was in my throat when Estinian thought to berate her, but it appears to have had the desired effect. While proxies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Elegants kept detailed records in all of their on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. We know Alphino and Lorelei here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Sinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star, though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I to make me take the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work is done, we could trade tales over a pot of the Taro's famous tea? And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Turning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the notes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Ah yes, we are familiar with it. Oh, that's all for now. The etheric-chemical facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this. A spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambrose, Urianger and I are researching the use of spirit vessels in the transference not only of memories, but the trains of certain bloodlines. And so I keep one at ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the notes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that it will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seems worth a try at least. Agreed. We will take good care of it. To the flagship then. To the flagship. Azay and I shall remain here to attend to necessary preparations. In the event that the spirit vessel fails to work as expected, you know where to find me. Good luck. It's possible the restraints may have mitigated the effects of the tempering, but Tiamat has been enthralled to Bahamut for thousands of years. To have clung on to her reason through it all says a lot about her strength of will. More than a lot. Indeed. Bye, Tiamat. Hope we can get you out. Huh? Where are you? Oh, there you are. I would rather leave these elegant contraptions to you and Alphino. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is to simply identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare nodes prior to proceeding. Right. So there. malodorous node. Why are you malodorous? Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts to retreat to a safe distance. Oh no. It's really exploding. Oh, there's one. Obstreperous node. I don't know what that word means. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause intruder interference. Advise deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. No thanks. A clamorous node. Blip blip warning. Scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in minus 2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Well, I'd say this one has something to do with it, maybe. Infernal things. One of them sent a swarm of mechanical Falcon to plague me. I must have angered it. I'm afraid Estini and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? Well, a chirping note which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the note of which Graha spoke. And it was chirping, you say? Very well, let us take a closer look. Let us. Was it? Yeah. There you are. How did the elegants tell these godforsaken things apart? I have no idea. Some of them are round and some of them are more cuboid. And they have different colors too. As I suspected, the node will not acknowledge my authority to issue its instructions. Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? No thanks. You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operations of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family. Or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. A field trial spirit vessel. One never knows when a small portion of royal elegant blood might come in handy, which is why Grahat here keeps his vessel about his person. How useful. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Bloop. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. That will just be me. Thank you. Lorelei Dracht. Bloop. Welcome, Lorelei Dracht. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanism when ready. Bleep bloop. Error. Unable to disengage restraint of the specimen Tiamat. A system update is required. A system update? What do you suppose it is asking of us? I have no idea. I could hazard a guess. Not to smash it to pieces, I bet. Well, that's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it has received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected, initiating plication protocols. Bloop, I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying, but I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Yay! Getting ever closer to the end. I never lose my proud. Sid and his colleagues always make operating these elegant devices seem so easy. I don't know what possessed the elegants to surround themselves with these chattering orbs, but the fact that they remain while their creators do not speaks volumes. Does it? The restrainment node stands poised to lend a hand, figuratively speaking. Bloop. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Right. That's quite a way. The one tired. Is it down here? It's not down here. Going? Where's it? This sucks. It's not here? Okay. I see now. There's another place on this side. I presume that's it. Yeah, there you are. This terminal appears to be similar to the one we encountered when we first set foot here. Let us hope it will be equally helpful. Don't look at me. This is a task for you and Alphina. Bloop. Access granted to user Lorelei Dracht and her adolescent Ellison companion. Master Dracht's other companion is deemed a potential risk to safe operation and has been denied access privilege until further notice. Oh, Estinian. You should not threaten things. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Blip bloop. Warning, errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update, 5 years, 1 day. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Aren't there other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead. The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain, just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return it to Garatia when this is over. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Elegant Empire, Both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touched turned to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you try to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so we must ask, what do you intend to do with Van Daniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? I don't want to remember him. He's not one of the Unsundered. Fuck him. I mean, fine. Kind of do want to say this though. I will try, yes, and if that fails, I'll remember him. I see little point in reasoning with the wretch, or remembering him for that matter. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited. And there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to your task. If Alphinaud has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. Let's go. What's happening? Okay. Pick up there. Let's go that way. What's happening? Don't crash, please. Don't do it. Just don't crash. Stop it. I don't like this thing you're doing. Seems to have stabilized. Hi Tiamat. How you doing? Foxy. Angelo. If this Van Daniel truly is without reason or creed, he's no better than a rabid dog. Treat with him as we must, but be ready to do what is necessary. We always are. Even if we wish it wasn't to be so. So the spirit vessel proved useful after all. Excellent. Let's go. Stinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphinaud's absence that he's needed elsewhere. Unlike me, who is so very talkative. Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got me there in the end. While you were off talking to nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirm that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards Umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if you are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. Meaning I'll need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance. Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobold. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Quite possibly. Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Afino to disengage the restraints, ethereal dampeners. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Go, Angelo! Ah, such warmth! The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Vision of dark days long forgotten, of war with the men of Alag. Wheretofore do such baleful memories to return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Lorelei, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Okay, I'll listen to her. Tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians, I think. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mericidia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not meant to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alag first came onto Mericidia, onto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin of to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlene scholar Rusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind, and as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end, for the men of Alag slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of the Essenes together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over... Keep going, Alice. The magic is working. Sorry. Well, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close, I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. Then I believe I speak for the both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go.
Ugh, no! I'm almost there!
Why are you surprised?
This is it, Angelo!
Es ließ an. Mich es die.
Yes, I feel it. The icon's grip groweth weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Do it.
Task in Santal Ankin in way.
Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
Ankin.
My children.
Slosk an all fall kail an. Slosk saith song in an.
Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace.
One Please an. Do old
Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
She's in an
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
This part is so quiet for some reason. I expect more sound from this. Seriously. Bahamut, my beloved.
Uljas, Ul Asa, Fesk
For vengeance and atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan.
Okay.
He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
So dramatic. I'll be fine. Plenty of time to recover on the airship. While I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle, it would be wise to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. Let us do the thing for vengeance. Hot bean curry. Oh, that sounds kind of nice. Smoked chicken sounds kind of nice. With the Luna Bahamut born for Pagalthan, Grahatia is determined to call upon the aid of your fellow Scions. I have already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Uldar at the Hall of Flames. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. Yep. An empty platform. I think we are in Uldar. Unless someone is doing carpentry in Azizla. But no. Hello everyone. Of the foe we face, we know but little. Though time be of the essence, we must not stint in our preparations, lest our haste to fly to the aid of the Amal Jah costs us our best chance of victory. A happy coincidence, Kyle and I were in the process of concluding our inquiries when news reached us of Luna Bahamut's return. There's much to discuss, but it will have to wait. As I am sure you recall, Arenvold and Fordola were bound for Pageltown. I pray that they have not come to any harm. I hope so too. First a spate of abductions and now an attack on the Amalja homeland. What do the Telephoroi aim to achieve with all of this? If you're worried about me, don't be. I got some rest during the flight. Now I feel ready for anything. Good. Now, I know some of you could do with the rest, but I'm sorry to say the Telephoroi have other plans. Pageltown is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Terupin at the head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. It is good to hear that Uldar has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Who are you? Are you? Oh, you're Nanimo. Oops. Your Grace. Marshal Terupin had made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Did they now? Nor is Uldar alone in its resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pageltown. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and its draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Malja shown any sign of tempering. Strange. But Primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls. Unless it is incapable of doing so? Thralls are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and Lorelei and others like her wouldn't have to shoulder that burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aids of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. Yup. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet. May the 12 bless and keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I for one am inclined to do as her Grace suggests. Or requests, even. Lest we forget, Arenvold and Fordola are on Pageltown on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better the chances. Indeed. To the airship then. Where am I going? Airship landing. Oh, hello everyone. Fine. Lest thou wonder, I have attended to Tancred's ammunition and completed mine own preparations. I trust thou canst say the same of thine. Of course, I am always ready. Try as I might, I cannot fathom why the Telephoroi would move to attack the Amalja. If Daniel's objective is death and destruction, one of the city-states would surely have been a better target. No, they have some other agenda, one encompassing the recent abductions, perhaps. Do you think Astinian and Tiamat have already reached Pagulthan? Ah, but I should know better than to speculate on the whereabouts of the Azure Dragoon. Forgive me. Is it not impossible that the Telephoroi redirected some of the troops stationed at the tower into the front line? If so, this may all turn out to have been to Arenvold's and Fordola's benefit. Given what we know, or perhaps even all, some, or perhaps even all, of the Imperial soldier may have been tempered. If we can subdue them, we should be able to do something about that, but they would still see us as enemies even then. That said, they wouldn't be deaf to reason, which is better than nothing. So, the Telephoroi have constructed buildings capable of tempering, and primals which are not. What secrets are they hiding? Greetings, we've been expecting you. But say the word and we shall depart for Pagultan at once. Let's go to Pagultan. Oh, is this a dungeon already? Oh. We're almost done with 5.5. Let's go with the party of NPCs. Let's see. Yeah, Tancred can tank this time. Who was there last time? Y'shtola was... So I think I take Urianger. Oh, okay.
My turn. Our fates are not yet sealed.
And Alizé, I think? Alizé wasn't there the last time. So yeah, these are the other people. So let's go. And she can actually resurrect people. Let's go. And I think after patch 5.5 I'm going to cook. And then eat while I leave the stream going. Oh, you crash. Sure, why not? Well, okay. Let's try this again. Happened the last time too, at the beginning of a dungeon. So annoying. Well, better at the beginning of a dungeon than halfway through a dungeon or something. I suppose I should. Well, too late now. Oh, what's happened? Did you crash again? Could you stop doing that, please? Fine, I'll turn off my main screen for a bit. Please stop crashing. Wait, I am in Uldar. As soon as I get in. So, let's hope it works better this time. But first I'm going to spend some tomestones. Because I keep forgetting that and now I didn't forget. So I need to buy some healer gear, I think. I think I was doing healer and caster. So one of those. What? What was that sound? Are we entering Puggle Town? No spending tombstones for me. Oh. Would be nice if you could see things. Ascian vermin, you shall torment my children no longer. Let us go. Be to Garlemald. Oh, I never even knew that. The search heals me, which makes absolute sense with that name. Debris.
Prepare yourself!
say for the Empire? Interesting. Hello, even more beasties. That was a waste of everything. Oh well. First boss. Come on, look. Thing. Maybe not. What are we doing? Ow. Oh well.
Keep your guard up.
Hello. Person doing? No, not this. I don't really know what to do there. Do we need to go to one of those pillars and then do something?
Let's give them a shot!
do here? I don't know what to do. Okay, I'm going to look this up. Be here forever. Players must pass the AoE off to a lamppost that doesn't already have an AoE. What? This? Die so much. Here we are again. This one does have an AoE. Which one doesn't have an AoE? Oh, this one doesn't. Ow. Nope, that didn't help me much.
I shall protect you.
Okay, I think I did it.
shall protect us.
Okay. Okay. Lovely. Yeah.
What
It
took
is
you
the
so
Azure.
long? The Amalta are in trouble. Let's split up.
Moving along. Treasure chest of the missing. Hey, Americ. And Lucia. Would you very much not, please? Arrive at the Skilkin.
Oh, no, you don't.
you. A necklace. And there's our next boss. Well, several bosses it seems. Okay, that's... What's going on? Oh no. There we go. Ow. What? Food? Off we go again. Yes, yes. Oh, treasure coffer, I missed. Oh no. Oh no, balls. Ow. Oh no, balls. Ow. Didn't like them. That's nice, I guess. So special. Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, okay, we did actually. Thing. Okay. Cool. I will choose you. So deeply. Because of course we can just put the first aid there. Okay. Them. Goth. Okay. Luna Bahamut. Teletherium. Okay, so I don't know what that means. That's very much. I was supposed to get out of there, wasn't I? I don't know if I'm just super tired or something, or just... This is not my dungeon. I suppose here we are again. Not doing as Blanket said. Oh, sorry. That's not as badly as I thought. But I was going to die. that full? No, it's not. Well, second try, I guess. They never seem happy about victories anymore. It's kind of sad. Oh, it just needs beating. Let's see how that works. That is very nice. I like it.
Kin Sol Ash Esk Snodo in Aisto.
Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt.
Antal An in Aisto. Antal Afa Snalosk Ash An Dran Mira.
By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken to the lies of the Asians. This I vow. Good for you. Godspeed.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
We will be proud to call you our allies.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Worried about Arenvold and Fordola. Sometime earlier, inside the Puggletown Tower. Oh dear. Very dear. You, kind of squelchy.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them! We're leaving, now!
Look good.
No! No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
Nice, they need pay other people. I should have known you'd be the ones you ended. Mayhap now Tiamat will find some measure of solace. To see the Amolja fighting alongside us brought to mind the Zune of the Casterium. I pray that our peoples can forge bonds as strong as those of our counterparts in the First. Would be nice. From what I could tell, there didn't seem to be many Imperials in the vicinity of the tower. Hopefully, Arnvold will have used the opportunity to get in and out undetected. Though the day is won, thanks in no small part to thy valor and my several ways of dying, the Telephora are far from defeated. Yet be that as it may, it is only right that we rejoice in Lunar Bahamut's banishment unto the Ether. No, not you. Thank God, please. It will take more than a single victory to wash away all the bad blood between men and Amolja, but one has to start somewhere. Tiamat did all she promised and more this day, but I doubt she will be satisfied. Nay, she will fight on in defense of her children, wheresoever they may be. Well, it would be too much to hope that we have seen the loss of Fandaniel. I did not speak to Alizé, I think. Oh no, I did. We have dealt this scheme's a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we have received word of Arnvold's safe return. Savage Minded, no. You may now enter Paggletown with a party of NPC avatars and make use of the feature open to trust the interface located on duty on the main menu. Yay. When the dust settles, Alphino is minded to share his account of the events that unfolded in Paggletown with the Sultana. And I believe this is the last one of 5.5. Then we move on to 5.55, but only after we eat. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss today's event with Pippin and her grace. Brave scions! Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the frontistery. Why do things have to have difficult names? Your grace, what is the matter? Whatever is the matter? As the troops withdrew from Pagulthan, they came upon the 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend I believe, had been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, your grace. Can you tell us aught of Arenvald's condition, your grace? The wounded scout. Not save that it is grave. The chirurgeons tend to him even as you speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get on the foot. Lorelei, Estinian, would you mind going after Alphino? He may need some support from someone other than me. Okay. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Pagulthan. Come on then. Where are we going? I don't know where the frontistery is. God. Where am I going? I don't know. Let's go to the Ruby Road Exchange. I don't know. Okay, apparently wasn't supposed to go there. Okay, where am I going? Okay. I know I'm moving away from it, but there's an Aetheryte. Also. Hello, finally. It's too late now for this expansion. Yeah, okay. Tie boots. Earrings. Yes. And 2 rings, please. Boom. Done. Healing set complete. And I think then it was castle set. Magical HTTPS. Oh, I thought I had more of these. Unless it's in my... Oh yeah, it's in my glamour dresser. Anyway. Tombstone spent. No more overflow. Okay, so I need to go to... Is this close? No. Where is this? Hustings. Oh, okay. Right. Alchemist Guild makes sense. take it Alphino is fond of Ironbold. I know how he feels, but hand-wringing isn't going to help anyone. You had better have a word. Okay. Instead of standing up there gawping, why don't you tell your friend to stop whining like an underfed dog? People are fighting for their lives in there. Please tell me something, anything. Another one come to see the lad in silver armor? Master Demio is attending to him as we speak. If you would be so kind as to wait. What did Master Demio say? Tell me his exact words. Enough, Alphino. This isn't helping. But you're right. Forgive me. When we said our farewells to Ironvold, I was afraid that something like this might happen. Now that it has, all we can do is wait. Indeed.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light.
And darkness.
People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
Good for you. But don't let it...
All life is
Thank you,
precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
This quest isn't over yet. Not for now. I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Oh, hello. Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the Fragrant Chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will. One of us is going to have to change. It may be me. At least we have a different lance.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold.
I'm going to mute for a bit.
It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
I mean, I know that these lunar primals can't temper, as far as we know. So just tell me where they are. And I'll beat them up for you.
Though we
Good
are
warrior of
aware
light.
that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
We're still not done. Okay, well, let's talk to everyone. If there's no reason to linger, I will take my leave. Okay, bye. I am enough dragoon for all of us. Amidst this great push for peace with the beast tribes, we would do well to remember the old prejudices yet remain. It is a delicate political dance, and I do not envy the Sultana her task, nor any alliance leader. Alphinaud knows only too well that sacrifices are an unavoidable part of conflict. But knowing something does not change how one feels about it. You yourself have shared a bench with Arnvold, have you not? Then I shall say no more. With the secrets of the tower thus laid bare, our duty to prevent further abductions taketh on new import. Failing this, our enemies shall punish our negligence with a plague of Pymals. Even without the threat of tempering to contend with, the Grand Companies have quite a task on their hands. Regardless of her Grace's protestations to the contrary, it may be best to dispatch a few of our own to assist in the endeavor. Remind me to mention it to the tower, would you? Though we have won our first battle against the Telophoroi, and have made significant discoveries to boot, the war has scarcely begun. We must steel ourselves for what lies ahead. Right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. I don't. And that includes you, Alphinaud. Arnvold is in good hands here. Let me just turn the thing off. Of course, you would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire then, that we might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. Following agreement then, I shall let Kyle know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. It would be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking him. And thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Kyle in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss. One of which concerns you, Estinian. Believe it or not, you will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Baltassian woman. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? Okay, it's still not the end quest thing. Well, let's go to Modena. In the meantime, I've turned my stove on. Water is warming up for boiling. I'm making pasta. Easy enough dish to make quickly. And eat quickly and somewhat quietly, so that we may continue streaming.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldesion will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing, a topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
Was it the day in the Crystallium? Did she speak to me? Maybe. I don't remember. But if the text says so, then I guess.
When Elidibus sought to make warriors of light, that was the voice which calls constantly to all who might hear it. I spoke of direct communication, when Hydaelyn communed solely with you. A far rarer occurrence.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Krile, I made inquiries of my own, and as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now I may bid you farewell, safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be, in this little corner of the world at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. That's a lot of swords.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
If I am to pursue this course, I must be prepared for the hardship that lie ahead. If you've need of my lands, I'll be ready. If not, I'll be reserving my strength in preparation of the next battle. But since you're here, I have a question. The Scions are in close contact with the East Aldenar Trading Company of Kugane, yes? I was wondering if they could place an order for some sun-dried squid. I don't seem to be able to find it in these parts. Sure? The sudden appearance of the towers will surely not have escaped the forum's notice. I would like to think they would be receptive to Karl's request for cooperation in investigating the matter, but unfortunately their reputation would suggest otherwise. It strikes me as odd that rather than marching on one of the city-states, the Telephori have so far made only sporadic attacks. I doubt they'd go to the trouble of putting up all of those towers if that was all they had in store for us. That sentence was very stilted, I'm sorry. Though we know not the full extent of the Telephori schemes, preventing further abductions must take precedence above all else, for therein lieth the key to depriving our enemy of its most potent weapon. None can deny that Heidelind's blessing has been a great boon to our cause, but much remains unknown with regard to her true intentions. Given everything we have learned from our encounters with the Ascians, we must keep our minds open to any and all possibilities. Amidst all the fighting, it is easy to forget what we have achieved, isn't it? I mean, we cured Tiamat for heaven's sake. You will tell me if I become insufferably smug, won't you? Because the way things are going, it feels like a definite possibility. And you'll become even more like your brother. Well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons. Not that I ever seem to be anything but. Thenkin's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm. Which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. But when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, than you lot, more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with the primals in the near future. But for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in, and gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do something. Sorry. I wish there was something we could do for him. But we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. I think this was a bit about Ironvold. Sorry. It wouldn't do to have him come back to a complete shambles now, would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. And that's the end of 5.5. And since my food is just going, I think we can just start on 5.55555. The company we keep. At least I can tell you are itching to take the fight to the Telephori. I am. I want this to be done. Ah, Lorelei, you're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. Not really, I was like right there a second ago. If you came hoping for tidings from Kyle, I'm afraid we're still waiting. But we do have some odd scraps from news to share. Scraps, she says. Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Hoary Boulder and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast Tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Uldar's progress with the Ilmalja, Redania has opened negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. All of which is obviously very encouraging. But with the Telephori still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. The council meeting is due to be held in Alamigo, and your attendance is humbly requested. Ah, we were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments, and discuss what measure might be taken to combat the Telephori, in concert with their new allies. The Beast Tribes have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe. So the Alliance would bring all of the Beast Tribes into the fold at a single stroke, An ambitious plan, given the delicacy of the negotiations, but perhaps an expedient one, considering the threat we face. Indeed, milady. For their part, I'm told the beast tribes have agreed to attend. If the Scions too are present, all of Eorzea will be represented. To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically, but practically. Pray inform the Alliance that we would be honored to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. Then I will bear your answer with all haste. Thither, with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. The final 3 quests of Shadowbringers are upon us. Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and Y'shtola lead our contingent. Given how long you have worked to end summoning, it is only right that you be present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we've all played our part in that little endeavor, don't you, Lorelei? Don't you, Lorelei? All present may rightly claim a seat, I do quite agree. But by your leave, I believe I shall remain here, and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Emmerich will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well then. While those with a mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo, shall we? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Right, Tao. Andurian J, sorry, I didn't speak to you anymore. I'm kind of hurrying a bit. No, I'm hurrying a bit. It is not conducive to hurry. There you are. First thing. Yeah. Ha! I suppose I am. But I'm what? And the fact that our cure for tempering made it possible only hurts my anticipation. Honestly, the look on your face, eager to bear witness to another historic moment by any chance? Okay, that was... Even with the swift intervention of the immortal flames, all too many lost their lives at Pageltan. Still closer cooperation between our peoples will be required, if we are to thwart the plans of the Telephoroi. Like the city-states, every beast type has its factions, each with their own agenda, making peace a complex proposition. But if the Alliance can come to an understanding with their leaders, it will be for them to resolve internal politics. The Amalja cannot be the only type to have been targeted by the Telephoroi, and none of them will have taken kindly to having their people enslaved, nor their gods turned against them. Okay, now, how do I get into the palace? How? Where did everyone go? Okay, that's weird, but sure. We have been expecting you. While some few guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in? Yes, please. And if it's voiced, I can actually look at my food, which might need to happen. So please. It will be very kind of you. Also, these are many voices, please. Please.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay! Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'shtola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little tricky without deals, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the Ixal the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets! Pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise be!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, There is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
What do they call it? The Grand Company of Eorzea. Yeah, sure, why not?
But that's the name I...
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
Pasta good. Oh. Also no.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Sure. Forgive me eating sounds. I am very hungry. But I also want to continue questing. Forgive me for observing, but Elfinor seems less than jubilant. Might his thoughts still be occupied by the fate of poor Ardenwald? Possibly. It's a pity. It took the threat of annihilation for everyone to cast their grievances aside. But better late than never, I suppose. The Grand Company of Eorzea. I wonder what Riol and the other former Crystal Braves will make of it. We have won over their leaders. Now the leaders must win over their own people. No small task, I grant you. But we have come a long way since first we joined with Minfilia to bring an end to summoning. a long, long way. Well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you'll forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was as heartened as anyone to see the people of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think of was the conflict to come, or the sacrifices that would be made, and the lives lost, inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. And I need to do this, but at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step, first of many. Many and more. Who are you? Oh, hello. Elder Seedseer, how might we be of assistance? I seek Master Alphinaud's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade, the better to predict the coming of primals, and so you will be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ashcan Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities beside. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so, it is our hope that we may make use of these self-established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a Grand Company. If the Sylphs are to perform their tasks effectively, they will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphinaud. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception. One intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests. And I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you? Not at all. You may count upon my assistance, for but little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphinaud, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and the earnest effort of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telophoroi and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? As if you have to ask. I'm not going to be rude. Thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence. I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinion of your former comrades, it will be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. Then mayhap Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Tancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. We should be glad of your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. Just won't end, will it. It will not be easy to revisit the past, but sometimes one must look back to see the way forward. I take it we will soon be paying the Sylphs a visit. How fascinating it will be to speak with them in person. Though I gather conversation can prove rather challenging. So, what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Uldar, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history. From the events that led to its inception, to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone. Its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be the crucial question, namely, why? After the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? Why after... Okay. I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new grand company together? And that this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested? That is my hope, yes. But the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandoned the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then Gaha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character. So keep your wits about you and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. If you have no objections, I have a mind to begin by speaking with Riol and Alien. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefings at Custom Orients. Let us seek them out there. Where was that? I don't know where Custom Orients is. Is that? Oh, Kiribania. Oh, boop. Okay, let's see. Where are you? There you are. Alien. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here, Lorelei. But if you enjoy intelligence briefings, you've come to the right place. Lovely. I do not. While such briefings are seldom exciting affairs, their importance in coordinating our efforts with our allies cannot be overstated. In that regard, Alien and Riol have been most dependable. Well, look who it is. What brings you two here? Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a matter of speaking, I have been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. Explanations. So you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As I once explained to Lorelei, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others. We were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for my own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions had something in common with my old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time goes on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Ori Boulder to Mistress Tataru, we've all of us got something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than that, things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion's all about. I am at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, Lorelei, could I what? Let's get right to it. Why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? Well, finding ideals was something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory of both. Ours was quite a disparate band. And while I will never forgive Ilbert, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it all for the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. Might look like a ragtag bag of misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Because the terrorists sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. I see. So while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strength, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. 2 more quests to go. Speaking of former Crystal Braves, I have not seen Giz of late. Constantly away on missions as he is, I wonder how he fares. I don't even remember who he is. After the company of heroes went their separate ways, I did try working on my own for a bit. And I'll admit, it was nice being able to pick my own battles. But if you want to make a real difference, you need to find a good crew and stick with them. Indeed. Zephyr. Oh, I need to pick food. No money for me this time. Alphino is keen to hear what Alize and Grahatia have learned from the Braves who turned their back on the cause. Well, I think we have taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I am conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. Goodbye. Gridania. Where are they? Barely on this side. the laughs. Where are you? Seriously, where are you? Oh, there you are. No! Stop! No more questions. It's so close. Oh well. Boop. Come on. There you are. We made it. There you are. Let's zoom out a bit. On the way here, I took the opportunity to write up my notes from our conversation with Eliane and Riol. All that remains is to add Alizé and Graha's findings, whatever they may be. When Alizé sets her mind on something, there's no stopping her, and her mind was truly set on finding former braves. For a while I even feared that what she might do to them, but in the event she was admirably civil, for the most part. Thanks to Tatao's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former braves without any great difficulty. Some with foresight, other less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphino, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on ahead to Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I will join you anon. We need to go to Little Solace. Leave me to attend to my report and join the others in Little Solace. I shan't keep you waiting long. I know how playful the elves can be. Indeed. East Shroud. Hello. Though I had the honor of sharing a table with Elder Frixio and Alamigo, I did not have an opportunity to speak with him. I do hope my studies have granted me a sufficient grasp of his people's customs. Now that I think about it, of the four of us, only you and Elfinor have any real experience at conversing with the elves. Still, it can't be that hard, can it? Oof. Though I have news for you. Ah, welcome brave ones and friends of Brave One. How good it is to see walking ones again so soon after the meeting. Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? No, no, be at ease. It is true that these ones once delighted in making walking ones dance, but no more. One Wunkane Senna said that walking ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones, so these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telephoroi. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have very little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry, it seems. Hey, Alphino. Alisaie, you must come quickly. Whatever's the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me, you couldn't read my handwriting. But no, a twin adder officer accosted me as soon as I was about to set out. Charlene has sent an envoy. It was due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Kyle has managed to sway the forum? We shall know soon enough. But there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seatseer. Really? I can see why they might want Scions to be present, but us specifically? Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarcely believe it myself. But when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told it was one Fortuno Levelier. Your father? Well now, the fact that the serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would surprise enough, but him? Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members? Unless he volunteered for it. It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Frixio, though I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies, along with my report. Never mind. There will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking once from our urgent matters. Go! The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand, where the adult Seatseer awaits us even now. Let us be on our way. And back to Gridania we go. Hello, Silent Conjurer. Welcome, Warrior of Light. Elder Seeseer and your friends are waiting within. It's not raining here. Go away. After all this time away, it will be good to see my father, even if it is at an official meeting. 99 may seem like a rather lot of members, but before the Forum was founded, every person of age in Charlayan was given equal say in its governance. Many of the institutions that are still active today were established by the people's vote, not least the Studium. As Alice and I were constantly reminded during our time there, it is an example of what can be achieved through absolute democracy. During my time in Charlayan, I heard much of Fortuno Levelier. He is a gifted speaker, known amongst other things for the uncompromising application of foreign policy. My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Fortuno's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Kyle permission to request Charlayan's aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover.
Elder Seedsir, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Levea, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
He sounds a lot like Voyager.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Charlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life, who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Charlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald. One in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves. But if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
Yes. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike her, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alisaie, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
Dude, come on.
What?
Father.
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father, wait!
Don't bother, Alisaie.
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
It was not so very long ago that we had a friend and neighbor in Sharlayan, and so I clung to the hope that she might yet lend us her strength. But when she forsook Dravania, it would seem she forsook us all. In order to avoid conflict with Garlemald, the Forum went so far as to order the abandonment of an entire city-state. The refusal to aid us now is, I am sorry to say, entirely consistent with their with a historic position. Is it we who walk the path of ruin? Time will tell. Let's not tell for now. So that's what he came here to say. That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telephoroi, and as for the rest. Like it or not, this was the Forum's decision, to watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but a messenger, and as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Fauchenot who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. The decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed. And so we shall face the Telephoroi without their aid. Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel, as they are wont to do? Lorelei, has Master Fauchenot arrived yet? Oh, he's gone already. Then it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject, without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master Fauchenot's performance. When he said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as a pride. But what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end, and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know, but something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Telephoroi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here, when the time is right, of course. I am aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a nice edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. I have always wanted to visit Charlayan. And so you shall, albeit under less than happy circumstances. It may take a while to secure entry for you all, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? The speculations give me cause to hope, yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible the Charlayans hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in them a change of heart. And so for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telephoroi. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there is no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Charlayan intend to do if we fail? Die, I guess. Lemon muffin, golden apple juice, chicken fettuccine, Zephyr. Zephyr does sound tasty. This. No, I want Zephyr. I can't use it. You. Spells. Throughout my childhood, I remember grandfather arguing with my father over Charlayan's policy of non-intervention, and this time it was my turn to play the role. But if even my grandfather could not win him over, what chance had I? If words exist that may sway him, I know not what they are. With their knowledge, Charlayan could have done so much for the cause, They could have helped us to uncover the secrets of the towers and save the tempered captives within. And yet, gods! The forum includes representatives from all of Charlane's central institutions. With them hindering Krell's investigation, she will struggle to make any headway on her own. Kanesana seems determined not to let the disappointment of Charlane's rejection distract her from the task at hand. While Charlane's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions. Grave tidings, Walking Ones! Grave tidings! Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see the feathered ones sent terrible news. Destroying ones have appeared in Sulfatol. Destroying ones and captured ones and even frightful godly ones. Feathered ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late. Luckily, destroying ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feathered ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West. That will be Kurthus. My lady, the Guardians report that the Telophori have emerged from the eastern highlands of Kurthus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose has yet to be determined, the Cartano Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Emmerich has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Well, mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartano. Wait, this one almost forgot. Destroying ones are said to be led by cackling robed one. This one must see that all walking ones know. Farewell. And Daniel? Who else? It was only a matter of time before the grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartano. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. At once, my lady. Let us away. The airship will be ready to depart ere long. I bid you make for the landing as soon as you are able, and may the 12 keep you. Where am I going? The Carline Canopy. almost at the airship landing? Well, not quite, but let's just go to Heathrow Plaza. Hey, Fordola. Come on, this'll only take a moment, alright? Lorelei, it would seem Fordola here has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I have explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, and it will be over soon if you shut up and come with me. Okay. Oh.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide.
I call myself a hero. Sure.
Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
Yeah, we carry the dreams of many. We'll carry yours too.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Okay. I rather doubt that Fordola obtained the Chirurgeon's permissions before bringing our vault halfway across the realm. And solely to deliver a message at that. They should both have known better. What is done, and he will not soon forget his words. After Pageltan, I had assumed the Telephori would continue to target settlements, but it is plain they considered Self-Foretold a mere obstacle on the road to Cartino. What then draws them to the flats? We must keep a close eye on their movements. Yes. You can tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the sight of Alphino's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Tancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, Amalja and Kobold forces are also bound for Cartino as you speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo. We must do the same, by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. We should get going. Upon joining the battle at Cartino, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to participate in the battle and view these scenes in their entirety. Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of those. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Let's go.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Charlian, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear the Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Let's go. Let's go. Please? There we go. Hello. Huh? Listen well, friends. The Telophoroi are sweeping across Cartino. As for the Yassian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield, but has since vanished. He likely intends to watch events unfold from afar. Thus far, the movements of lunar primals have proven difficult to predict. Even poised to ambush our troops, we instead withdraw for some reason something. Whatever the Telophoroi's plan may be, the primals are our primary target. Understood. They will not elude the Scions for long.
Prepare yourself!
Let's give it our all!
Hold fast.
I'll keep them occupied. The rest of you seek out primals. Let us divide our forces that we may locate the primals more swiftly. Thank you to Shola, and I shall head east. I'll concentrate my efforts on the Temple. With luck, I should have the chance to cure some of them. Then I'll go west. Gloria Alphino, come with me. going to do that. Coming. I do not see any primals. Something's not right. What's happening? As the Scions spread out across the field, Alice and Graha take the fight to the Telephoroi. I got to be Alice, I think. I assume. Yeah? Defeat the enemy forces. Oh no, what can I do? I don't know, red moving. So things are happening. Okay, what can I do? Well, okay, that's just... Scorch combo... No, what goes on? Savior deals unexpected damage with a potency of 200 to all nearby enemies. That's an AoE. Delivers an attack with a potency of 440. Okay. This is a heal. Okay. Delivers an attack with a potency of 400 to target all enemies nearby. Okay, so this is a weapon skill. AoE. These are off global cooldowns. This is a cure. I have no idea. Let's start here. Why not?
Allow me. Just the beginning.
Right behind you.
What are we doing? What this means? That we really need to be, oh no, out. Okay, that's something. Seems we've earned a moment's respite. And let us take this opportunity to cure the tempered. Send Angelo to cure the tempered. Clicking. It's good. Do you see that? The glyphs, yes. How worried should we be? Presumably quite. Listen well, and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flowed through the heart of Cartano. Now that I am here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like to the pillars of the Azim Steppe, but greater in scale, far greater. The glyphs that Friend Daniel has conjured reach into its very midst, and I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption of the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far come as this little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Defeat Lunar Odin and defend the Ethereal Confluence, okay. I suppose we're facing Lunar Odin. Oh, I'm Orion J now. Let's see. Malefic, that's just damage. Lord of Counts, what is this? This one's running. No idea what this means. Scroll combo, doesn't see. Okay, that's healing. That's AoE healing. Fixed sign. Creates a fixed sign centered around the caster, reducing damage taken by 10% of self for self and any party members who enter. Okay. Very well then. Let's go, I think. Can I heal you? How convenient.
I shall protect thee.
Oh, sorry. I think.
Away with you!
Can I make it?
The best defense is a good defense!
Oh no. Owies. What? Duty failed what? What happened? What did I do? Don't make me do the whole thing over again. You know what? Screw it. I don't even quite know what went wrong.
I shall protect thee.
The best defense is a good defense!
Oof, okay. Even on easy, it's not easy. That easy, anyway. Never said I was good at this game. Meanwhile, Grati and Alizé prepare to lock swords with Luna Ravana. Alright then. Who am I Graha now? What can you do? Foul combo, fire, 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 foul. Dragon Blizzard, nice damage. 40% of HP. Thunder deals lightning damage with a potency damage over time, sure. We have a cure. We have an AoE cure. And we have break. Prevents spellcasting, movement and other activity of all nearby enemies. Okay. Sure, I need to use that at some point. I think we start with fire. No, we start with lightning actually. Break here?
I have you now.
Not bad. You could cure yourself then. I would never have survived this on not easy. Okay, what's happening now? At the selfsame moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphonor and Estinian, resolved to lay Lunar Ifrit low. Cash game? You would be devastated. Hit me. Defeat Lunar Ifrit and defend the ethereal confluence. Okay, done. What's next? Unless we're done. Probably not.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Glory be to Garlemald.
Oh, Alvin.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your head so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
Absolutely. One battle at a time, we'll get there.
That
Agreed.
we will!
It's the moon. Oh, now you have it. And credits. Pretty art. Thus it's over. This was quite the journey. Shadow Walker. Shadowbringers and Walker. Shadowbringers. Such wonderful voice actors they are, all of them. I can't do any of their voices, but I try. Now that it's over, I don't really know what to talk about. It was just... I don't know about this plot, really. I love this song so much. The Wolf and Daniel thing is kind of... I don't know. I think it's kind of weak as a plot, so far anyway. I assume Endwalker does more with it, but... So far I don't really like Van Daniel as a plot point. And I think his name is stupid. But it is nice how everyone came together, except for Charlie and I guess. All of Eorzea is now united. And Alphinaud's dream has come true. In the grand company of Eorzea. So that's nice.
A prayer to keep us ever by your side, an undying promise that we just might
some songs. Wonderful moments that we have experienced. That blended really well. Those two songs for a moment there. I'm sorry I'm being quiet right now, I just don't really know what to say. I'm kind of sad that it's over. Kind of sad that my sprout will be gone when I come back into the game, probably. Much sadness. Sprout has been with me for over a year now. People won't know that I am still very much bad at this game. It will probably be forever. Didn't deliver the quest yet. could appear that we're nearing the end. This is the latest patch we're looking at. Because I wanted to look at the images, I guess. There's Daddy. The images are so powerful, and I think I need to make the text scroll a bit faster. Xenos. People say he's going to be better in Endwalker. So far, I have not seen much proof. But then, this is not Endwalker yet, so let's hope. And the weird yellow moon. Oh, and the crystal tower. Missed that the last time. I think that was all the images. So it's only the text that's still going, and some song. Vilma. How many people who have worked on this thing? More than they have images for, apparently. What a product they made. to the external companies. Tomorrow. Also, what else is on? Red gap here. I think we've come at the end. Oh, maybe not. Still need to do those two and continue that one. Oh, thank you. And there was credits. I recommend that the Alliance keep a closer watch over Cartano. Telephore may have failed in their attempt to destroy the Confluence on this time, but that is not to stop them trying again. Throughout the battle, I could not shake the feeling that all present were performing for the amusement of Fandaniel. Nor did his blithe reaction to this latest defeat give me cause to think otherwise. I can only conclude that such failures are of little consequence to his broader scheme, whatever it may be. It was decent of Lord Emmerich to bear us home aboard his airship. The gods only know how he would have squeezed this many people onto the Bonanza. The Cartano Flats seem fated to play a dominant role in the history of the realm, do they not? I wonder, might the abundance of ether that floweth through the region have led the elegants to Tomb Omega there? Many though the enemy were, their numbers consisted largely of tempered beastmen, with a few lunar primals to keep things interesting. The Guardians themselves ventured little and lost less. It has ever been the Empire's way to have others fight their battles, but even they would blush at the Telephore's use of tempered slaves. The tempered that we were able to treat will be taken to the city-states for observation. As soon as the Alliance is satisfied that they're fully recovered, they will be free to return home. At the close of the battle, when the clouds parted and the moon shone down on us all, I cannot well express how I felt. Somehow it seemed more a beginning than an ending. You should have seen my face when Lord Emmerich turned up on our doorstep. Did none of you think to send word he was bringing you home? I'm sorry. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Guardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Emmerich, and may I say how much I appreciated the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the far east. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telephore have been driven from Cartano, 'tis like that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we have the potential to meet such threat head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telephore at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of etherology, we are better qualified to find a solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There is a time and place for formal investigations, of course. Certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have any need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess, I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to the Telephorei's plan. What are the Telephoroi? Why did we never hear of them before? Anyway, if we can discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's current scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telephoroi will mount an all-out invasion. Then it will begin. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us, for you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, all right, Alphino. We need a plan, not portents. As Tancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manner of places, not least Sharlayan. According to Kyle, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telephoroi, it remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear, the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortuno's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answer we seek on the matter of the towers. Sharlayan had ever been the wellspring of etherological knowledge. I care not where we go. Here or there, my lance will be ready. And what of you, Lorelei? Might you be persuaded to join us? Plot a course for Sharlayan! I love books. Hear, hear. It is time we laid bare to the Telephoroi's dark designs. It appears we are in agreement. We have but to wait for Kyle to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence it does. At present I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. And that's it. I have to click the complete button, but then it will be gone, I think. Quest complete, Shadowbringers complete. You have learned the emote shush. Are we going to Garlemald first? Yep, meanwhile in the Garlean capital.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! to relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon.
Whatever, dude.
Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
Oh, even more stuff.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
The towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me.
No.
Darkness comes, and with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Everything all right back there?
A solemn dawn grim purpose shines, and gazes cast towards moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what end betides. Is it gone? Well, that's the end of Shadowbringers, and my sprout is still there for some reason. I thought it would be gone after Shadowbringers. When is it going to be gone? Who knows? Not me. I don't mind, though. Let it be there forever. I'm always a sprout. But with that, like I said, Shadowbringers is over, and this stream too will be at an end. After 10 hours, oof, the longest stream I've done so far, I think. Shadowbringers is done. I am so done. My voice is done. And so, I have been Fae'ret. This has been Lorelei. And I will see you next time, whenever that will be, doing whatever we will do. Who knows? Maybe we will start Endwalker. Maybe we will do feature quests and other things left to do in Shadowbringers. The raids. Some dungeons still need to be done. Who knows? We'll see. But until then, I wish you a good time. Goodbye, everyone.